Sacred Symbols, a PlayStation podcast, is brought to you by, well, you. If you want to learn how to support our show, go to patreon.com/laststandmedia. Greetings and salutations. Welcome back to Sacred Symbols, a PlayStation podcast. This is episode number 348. I almost stumbled over my words there a little bit, but I caught myself right at the end. You know when you're reading something and you're like, I'm not going to get through it. And I wasn't even reading anything. I was just saying it out of my mind. My name is Colin Moriarty. I'm joined as always by my son, Chris Raygun. Chris, how are you today, my friend? Good to see you.
I'm doing good. I feel kind of similarly to you because I feel all sorts of out of whack. I've been drastically cutting sugar out of like everything.
Oh,
so I'm on like basically like day 3 of like kind of nothing sugar wise at all. And I feel it, man. It's nuts.
What do you feel like you're dragging?
I feel tired, even though I'm like well rested. You know what I mean? Like it's just I don't think people realize just how ubiquitous sugar is, and I don't think I noticed either. Really, I thought it was like the juices and stuff like that.
Right.
But it's in so much.
What caused you to want to do this?
I don't know. I just kind of felt like I should. It kind of felt like something that I should have been paying attention to a long time ago, I guess. There was no real impetus. I didn't have like a scare health-wise or anything. I just kind of felt like, I'm 31. I probably should be paying more attention to this stuff now. And so I just did. And I was like, I probably should cut down at least a bit. But I'm trying to go a little bit extreme with it and cut it out of absolutely everything.
Extreme, like, whoa, like that kind of extreme?
Yeah, like radical
right.
Islam.
Right.
I'm feeling all over the place. But I feel like it feels like a positive thing, but like, man, it's like working out, I guess, right? Where it's just like, I feel like crap, but I know that this is kind of a good thing because I'll be acclimated to this at a certain point. I also didn't realize how much I was drinking and eating, so it's better. It's better this way.
It is good. We're in Virginia. We're in that weird space where it's neither like winter and spring kind of go really quick, and then it just becomes summer. And so we're in that space now. It's in the mid 60s. So I've been just walking around a lot, and I always walk the dogs and walk around the neighborhood with Micah and stuff. But I walked 5 miles yesterday because I was just like, it's just nice out, and walking is low key so good for you. And it feels so good, and it's exhausting. I'm more tired after walking 5 miles than I am after an hour on the elliptical, when I might have gone 4 miles on the elliptical. So a lot of exercise, a lot of food watching going on for the Sacred Symbols family these days, I guess. Not for me. I'm not watching anything I eat because I don't care that much. Dustin Furman, executive producer, good to see you today, my friend. How are you? You're wearing your Stephen Flow garment? Yeah.
Yep, that's it. You got it. I'm doing okay. I was thinking it's been a week, I was kind of like feeling down at the beginning of the week. I think I have a vitamin D deficiency or something.
Yeah, you probably do.
So I realized this might be placebo, but I got like a few weeks ago, I was feeling this. So I got like the pill, like the vitamins.
Yeah.
I was taking them regularly. I forgot. I just stopped for about 5 days and then it came back. So started taking those again. It seems to be helping. I don't know if it actually is, but it feels like it. So it's all that matters.
I had a vitamin D deficiency like 10 or 15 years ago. It's very common in San Francisco to have them because it's never sunny. And I used to, so I went and they gave me like the vitamin D, like 10,000 unit, like the pills. You take like 5 of them over 5 days, but they are so much more than you need. And it just apparently fucking destroys your body with vitamin D in a good way, I guess, not destroying, building up your body with vitamin D. So maybe you consider going to the doctor.
Yeah, maybe, probably not. I just don't want to do that. Maybe at some point.
Fair enough.
But yeah, I had a family member, not my dad, but someone else in the hospital this week. So that was a downer. Went to the hospital, huge downer. It's all, trauma related going there again. But other than that, last disturbing thing, maybe the most important. Saw the Shrek trailer today, the teaser that's out. I'm being dead serious. Seeing an aged Shrek made me feel like bad. And it's like, oh, this icon of my childhood. No, he gets fucking old too.
I didn't see this. Not that, again, we went into that. I'm not really familiar with Shrek. Let's see. Oh, it's trending number 1 on Twitter.
It is weird. It is weird. It is upsetting to see. This is what I was talking about. Like, I can't remember what we were talking about in this vein, but I don't like seeing fictional characters get old. Like, I don't know. There's something. Oh, I think we were talking about Indiana Jones or something. Where it's just like, I don't need to see a decrepit Indiana Jones. Like, what do I need that for?
Yeah.
I don't want it.
What's that line again? That Red Letter Media? I always forget the way they make it.
What's next?
No.
Oh no.
No, remember Indy says like some line in the movie and they couldn't believe how bad the delivery was. I always forget what it was. It's so funny.
Oh yeah, it's like a really mundane line.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I always bring it up. I don't know.
And it was better. It was like better in the trailer or something.
Yeah. And then the trailer actually had the better read. So funny. So weird. Well, funny to bring up the doctor because I have to worry about this today now. So remember I went to the doctor about a month ago for my arm and I had tendonitis. Well, they're like, you got to come back in a month. And that's today. And at 4:20, I'm out of here. So you guys are finishing the show by yourselves today.
Wow.
It's funny because when I made the appointment, I'm very much like, I'm go along, get along. I don't like being disruptive or annoying in any way. So when I was at the doctor and, they check you out and then they're like, all right, so let's get the next appointment on the books. And she's like, how's, Thursday at whatever it is, 4:30 or 4:40 or whatever. And I'm like, yeah, all right. And then Micah's there and she's like, well, what about the show? And I'm like, I just don't want to bother this woman. We'll worry about that later. And now here we are. It's later and I got to go in. So yeah, we'll get through the news, I assume. And then you guys are going to be on your own at 4:20. My time. I got to go. Got to get out of here.
Right.
Even if I'm in the middle of the sentence, I'm leaving. And then you guys have to finish by yourselves.
Well, we'll have to stop. We'll have to stop the recording so you upload, but we can edit and magic that.
I understand.
Yeah. So, well, that sounds fun. Going to the doctor. Everyone loves that. So I do have something else interesting going on today. I want to get you guys' thoughts on this. The school I went to junior high in, 7th and 8th grade, just less than a mile from my house, is being sold by the school district to, I don't know, some entity that might make it apartments or something. Tonight, 6, opening the doors up. You can go check it out one last time. And I'm going to go with my dad and my friend Brandon that I met at that building. So while this sounds exciting, man, I'm in a cheery mood today.
Good.
This might be kind of, it's already depressing to kind of nostalgia bait yourself. Be like, oh man, I remember going to school here. Mm-hmm. I think it'll feel good in the moment. And then I think when I leave, it's going to be like, dang, Would you go back to your old school?
Definitely. I think it's so funny you bring this up because I was thinking about this. So I'm going back to Long Island in the fall for my dad's having my dad's wife is having a 75th birthday party for him in the Hamptons, like a really nice thing, like an event. And it's very unusual that my dad said yes to this, which is the funniest part. So we're going back for a few days and I was just thinking about that. I'm like, because Micah and I are going back to her hometown in late April, because her grandmother died a couple months ago. And I don't know if it's like this in Pennsylvania, but in New England, you really can't bury people in the winter. So they have to wait. And so they're having like the actual funeral in late April, and we're going to be kind of bumming around her town. And she was saying to me like, oh, we'll go eat here and we'll go see this. And I'm like, that sounds good. Like a little bit of a tour. And then I was thinking about, in my mind, I'm like, all right, so when we go to the island, what will I do? And one of the things I was thinking of was like, I would like to go back to my high school, but also my elementary school as well. And then I'm like, damn, how deep am I going to go to my old house? Am I going to get deep into the feels?
Right.
She even brought up the idea. We've talked about this for years. Like, is this the time where Dagan and I go dig up the Interview with the Vampire VHS tape that we buried in the backyard in 1992? I don't know. But so I'm totally all about nostalgia baiting because I think it's fun. There's something just about Long Island itself that's very nostalgic to me. I haven't been on Long Island since 2019.
Whoa.
Yeah. So be nice. So I totally get it. Now, your middle school, were you going to say something? I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. Were you going to say something, Dustin? It seemed like you were leaning in about to express something.
2019, when people say that, I'm like, oh, that was 2 years ago.
Right.
No.
Yeah.
6 years ago. It was before I lived here in Virginia. It was when actually, what I remember, I flew home. It was like a little bit of a get together with all my family. And it was in October. And I was talking to my dad about, like, how do I get out of this relationship I'm in? And how do I leave California? And we that's like a big memory of mine, is sitting late at night in his house, talking about those things, getting very serious. Now, what I was going to say was, your middle school was 7th and 8th grade only.
They recently changed this since I've been there a few times. When I was there, everyone went from elementary school, which was K through 6. Then you went to the junior high, which was 7 and 8. 9 and 10 was the intermediate high school. And then we have another school, which is the high school for 11th and 12th.
Interesting. So this is like them moving around resources as needed. I was asking because I had a similar situation on Long Island, although I didn't go to school there the entire time. I went to New England for a while. We had like an elementary school, then like this intermediate 4th and 5th grade school, then a middle school for 6th, 7th, and 8th, and then a high school.
Mm-hmm.
And I missed that whole random 4th and 5th grade school, because that's when I left.
Right.
And it was in the middle of the ghetto. That's what I remember about that.
Yeah, I feel like I missed out, because the best, most beneficial years of my high school life was 11th and 12th grade, where I was super active in our TV studio program. That literally is where I learned to do like the beginning of all the stuff that I do now. And I only had 2 years there, but now it's the 10th through 12th grade. Like, man, missed out on that extra year. I could have got a year head start on some of this stuff.
That suggests that your population is stagnant or shrinking, right? I think this is a thing that a lot of places are having, where like they have to consolidate these buildings because they're expensive as fuck to keep all that stuff going. Like, I'm in a place where I drive around and I'm like, I've said this to you guys before, there's so much housing going up around me in like the 5-mile radius around me, and where I'm like, what are you all doing here? Mm-hmm. Like, what is the industry? Why are you here?
It's all Airbnbs.
Yeah, but to what? Even that's it's to what? It's like so. Now, I did tell you guys that they are building a massive Lego factory here, the first one in the United States. Whoa. It's only a few miles from my house, and I think that's part of it. That's gonna be like probably the first true Lego presence, I guess, in the United States. But I'm like,
you're living in a corporate Lego Hooverville.
Yeah, exactly.
That's awesome.
Love it. Love that. But yeah, I look around, even when I go and look at like who's the biggest employers in the area, and it's like it's a self-fulfilling thing, where I'm like, oh, it's like teachers, healthcare. I'm like, but what is the industry? Get out of here. And then they could say the same thing to me. They're like, what are you doing here? And I'm like, none of your business.
That's right.
Yeah. I don't know. So that's a whole other avenue. But the schools, like both of my elementary schools are gone, like entirely. Like I remember the second one that I went to closed down and just kind of arbitrarily sat there forever. I think it's still just sitting there abandoned. And then the first one, these are both Catholic schools, by the way. And the first Catholic school that I went to collapsed in the middle of the, like literally, like physically, like caved in, I think during the pandemic after like crazy rain and like neglect. So I've seen both of those schools just like seeing my first Catholic school look like a Fallout level. It's like, this is cool.
Looks like an Outlast.
It was crazy. It was vaguely sad, but it was also like, this is kind of dope to see this. This is like, and then there was all this sorts of things. It was like, hey, turns out there's like massive amounts of lead in this school. And it's like, oh well, yeah, it's a Catholic school, of course.
Yeah, that explains. Everything.
Yeah, of course. I was only there for like 2 years, but like, I remember kids eating paint, and now I'm like, whoa. I wonder how they're doing.
Micah had some weird lead thing when she was a kid because she has to tell the story, but like she ate magazine pages or something.
I remember this.
A toddler. And there's like a trace amount of lead in that or whatever. And so that's like, Jesus Christ, that explains everything, doesn't it?
Yeah.
I did nothing like that when I was a child. I was perfect in every way.
Yeah.
I'm very lucky that I didn't.
of that
I didn't
stuff.
become a pothead until I was an adult, so I didn't stymie the growth of my brain like so many people do.
Yeah, you just destroyed it after it was done.
Right, exactly.
Yeah.
We saw the full potential of it, and then it all was downhill from there. But at least I got to grow a fully fledged thinking brain as a young child without any additives. Even when I stole my dad's cigarettes once and I brought them into the woods and I was going to smoke them, and then I just put them back because I was like, I can't do it. Can't do it. I was too scared. It was a pack of Cambridges. It's like a red
Cambridges.
Yeah, Cambridge is the brand, and I took one out and I put it in my mouth. I was afraid to even use the lighter. I was probably like in 5th or 6th grade, and then I was like, no, and I put it back, and he never knew.
Dude, you would have been so sick. I'm just imagining because I remember the first time I hit a cigarette, which was probably when I was 20, maybe, and I was like, damn. I had smoked cigars, so it wasn't like my first exposure to nicotine, but I'm just imagining that as a 5th grader, you'd have been down bad.
Oh, definitely. I cigarettes, I've said this before, is that I smoke a joint a day and do all these other things, and like I find it quite mild, actually. When I smoke, and I don't know if you guys agree, but when I smoke a cigarette, I can't even inhale it right. Like even my lungs and like my ability to smoke weed, it's like, no, it's just too fucking harsh. It's too crazy. Like it's still, I'm not crazy about cigarettes. A cigarette every now and again is nice, but
yeah.
I don't think I've ever bought a pack of cigarettes.
Yeah.
In college, we would smoke because we were obsessed with Mad Men, of course. And we realized you could buy unfiltered Lucky Strikes.
Oh, Lucky Strike, good.
And we would smoke, dude, the unfiltered Lucky Strikes. That shit. I wasn't smoking them daily. I was smoking them socially, but I'm sure that shaved years off my life.
I love that it's literally like the TV. It's such an old timey like situation where it's like the TV convinced me it was cool to smoke, so I did it.
Right, exactly. Yeah, I learned it from you.
Lucky that brand.
Lucky.
Oh, okay, all right.
Yeah, well, I was going to think Mad Men. I think did a lot to revive in some way Lucky Strike. As like I am positive, like if you looked, that Lucky Strike saw like an increase in sales during Mad Men. It's very similar to people starting to drink old fashions during Mad Men, and that pissed me off kind of because I was already drinking old fashions. And then people thought I was doing it for that reason because I loved Mad Men, and I'm like, no.
Or doing meth during Breaking Bad. A lot of
meth.
Yeah, I wonder what meth is. It seems cool.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
Look at these people. This girl died in bed. Isn't that fun? Next to Jesse. Let's go see if we can do that.
I love Bryan Cranston. I'm gonna go do meth.
Yeah, right. It's perfect blue meth.
Yeah.
So I don't know how we got on this conversation, but nonetheless, it's very interesting to addle your brain with a lot of different substances and toxins. Cigars I love, but I will say so I've smoked, I don't know, my life, 30 or 40 cigars. I don't know. Let's like whatever it is. Every time I smoke one, I start to feel sick about halfway through and I have to stop. And I don't know. People are like, oh, you're not supposed to inhale it. I'm like, asshole, I'm not inhaling it. You think I don't know that? Like there's something about it, like just the trace of it. And like breathing some of it in for some reason, like I feel really good. And then at some point I'm like, gotta stop. Like I don't know how people kill an entire cigar.
That to me really is crazy. Like I usually pack it in at around the halfway point. And I'm just like, all right, I'm good. I'm not sick at that point, but like I can tell like this is, you don't eat till you're satisfied. You know what I mean? Don't gorge yourself to the point where you're feeling sick. And so that's usually what I do. I can't.
Yeah, it sucks. You gotta, at least for me, like I gotta like monitor that really carefully because I've never actually thrown up from it, but there have been things where I'm like, I gotta go to sleep, and I don't feel that way about like anything really. It's so strange, but I guess it does remind me just the cigars, the cigarettes. I smoked cloves for a little while in college, all that kind of stuff. All so much harsher than weed. It's crazy how harsh that shit is.
What was the brand of cloves? Dejarum.
Yeah, special.
Special. We would smoke Dejarum Blacks.
Yeah,
because I think that was post-Obama legislation about flavors, so they were technically clove cigarillos.
Oh,
yeah. And maybe they still had the other brand too, but we always smoked the Blacks.
There's a few things about cloves that bother me. One is that they take forever to burn.
Yeah.
Like, I'm like, all right, I am done smoking this cigarette or whatever. Like, can we move on? And it's like, no, I'm only a third of the way through. What are you talking about? The second thing is that you stink when you smoke them. The third thing is that you can hear the crackling of the fiberglass when you're smoking. So it's not great. It's not great.
Might be the
There's
clove in it that's
fiberglass in them?
crackling.
It has like this really specific crackle that's unique to a clove that cigarettes don't do. Yeah, I don't know. We used to just joke around about that.
Yeah.
Because people used to say that Newports had fiberglass in them.
Oh, dude. I took a hit of a Newport in a bar once, and it was the nastiest, most disgusting cigarette I've ever tasted in my life. It left my mouth tasted gross for like hours after that. To each their own, though.
You know what I do love? And this is I only really do this in Vegas, but once in a while. I mean, not out here, but in California, I would smoke them every once in a while too. Black and Milds. Just love them.
Yeah.
Oh, just love them. I'll get I'll go to play blackjack at 1 or 2 in the morning with a 3-pack of Black and Milds. Each one will last probably half an hour or so. If you just smoke it consistently, put it down every once in a while. The girls bring you a little ashtray and the free drinks. I love that whole setup.
Yeah.
It's too bad you can't smoke weed in the casinos in Vegas. And the reason I say that is because marijuana is very much legal in Nevada and Vegas, but you're not allowed to smoke them inside. You can smoke cigarettes and cigars and all that, but you can't smoke weed. And I'm like, why? Like that would really bring it to the next level to me, where I'm like, this is fucking awesome. This is an amazing situation. I might move to Las Vegas. I
wonder if it's I wonder if there's a non-zero chance that it's a smell thing.
Probably.
Because there is I don't particularly. I actually find the smell of like cigars and cigarettes kind of more offensive than weed, like personally. But like I can imagine you're kind of expecting the smell of like cigars and cigarettes in a place like that, and it kind of like lends to the illusion. It kind of lends to you getting like lost in there, like you're not looking for the clock, because you're very rooted. But like the smell of weed in a casino is a very like incongruent. They don't match all that well. They're almost like opposite environments.
Yeah, that's fair enough.
Weed is a very chill kind of thing. Like you associate it with like, I'm relaxing. I'm not doing anything. But then you're kind of brought into that olfactory illusion in a place of immense stress and financial ruin. So like there's like somebody panicking in the other room, like they just lost everything, and then you just smell weed. It is kind of discordant in some way.
Casinos, man, I love them. I'm
not
even a big fan of gambling. Like I've never one time in my life spent a lot of money gambling.
Me neither.
But I'll go to Vegas and be like, this is your $1,000 or your $500 or whatever for 2 days, and I'll stick to that. And even not even spend all of it, because really to win money in Vegas, you have to play big. Like I'll sit at the $20 or $30 hands for blackjack, which is very low, and you're not going to win any money doing that. Like you have to play the hundreds of dollar hands if you really want to like get ahead. So, but I'm there just for the je ne sais quoi.
It's a good environment to walk through and like people watch. I'm going to Vegas in like 3 weeks for a friend of mine's bachelor party.
Oh, cool. Where are you staying?
No idea yet. We're still kind of planning it out. It was like really last minute because it's like a really like quick wedding. They're trying to get everything done quickly. And so like, all right, random spur of the moment bachelor party in Vegas. Figure that out. But I'm excited. I haven't been to Vegas since pre-pandemic, I think. That was when my phone exploded in the
Right, that's right. I remember that.
In the 115 degree heat. So
I've also not been there since 2019, I guess. But
yeah, that was when I was there.
Yeah, it's probably for the best. But but I do love it there. You guys should go eat at Herbs and Rye. That's my favorite restaurant there. It's really good. It's a steakhouse. Yeah, it's like an industry steakhouse. It's like in a strip mall, very unassuming, and it's so good, dude. They have the and if you go there after midnight, it's half off.
That's kind of that's interesting.
Yeah, it's open till 3 or 4, I think, and you can eat after midnight, and it's like half off of like their menu, and it's fucking really good food, and the cocktails are superb. So highly recommend everyone go to that place.
I'll definitely check that out.
All right, are we done? Like kind of, with that intro.
25 minutes.
Yeah, it's a little much.
It's like half of some people's podcast right there.
Right, exactly. Sorry, that's just the way it goes. Welcome to Sacred Symbols of PlayStation Podcast. It's good to be here with all of you today. Our show goes live each and every week. You can get it 3 days early and ad-free over on Patreon at patreon.com/laststandmedia, like more than 13,000 of you do. We appreciate you very much. $5 a month is the sweet spot. Very affordable, very interesting to be at that level because you get a lot of different perks, including early ad-free access to all of the podcasts in our network. You get access to Sacred Symbols Plus every single week, which is our supplement to this podcast. And you get the ability to submit your inquiries to the various shows on the news feed. We put up the threads for the different shows, and you can do that as well. RSS feeds for all the different shows that you can draw from as well. So come over there, although we have support levels at $1, $2, $10, $25 as well. But $5 is where most people like to be. And you get a lot of value there. You're paying, what, $25 a month for Netflix now? Come on. Instead, cancel Netflix and then buy yourself a subscription to Last Stand and then buy 4 more of them. And you would have spent the same. Go ahead, just for no reason. It's not a big deal. Sacred Symbols Plus, recent episodes include ranking the Sony IP Part 1. We have to do that again soon in the coming weeks. I had my friend Jez Corden on to talk about the Xbox situation. We talked to the Dukes at Defining Duke recently. I, of course, had Shuhei Yoshida on the show for a 2-hour conversation. Lots of people coming and listening to that, so we appreciate that very much. I interviewed an old friend of mine for the next episode, and I think people will enjoy that conversation about media and games. So please look forward to that. Merch, laststandmedia.store. Skull King wrote in and said, "Hey, CDC, Colin, how is it even possible that for over 6 months, every time I check to get a Sacred Symbol shirt in medium, almost every week, they are not in stock? How? I thought I would never write about this because, of course, you would restock, right? But you don't seem to. Why? Good day. I don't know. I don't know what's going on with that at this point.
They're on the way.
Oh, okay,
we ordered them like about a month ago, but it takes time. And the other thing is that I'm sure we had stock of some shirts, but medium is the one we order the least because it is I'm guessing probably the least selling shirt. So that one probably I would assume. I could look at the numbers, but I would assume medium is the least bought size.
Oh,
I think that's
man.
what I ordered the least of too.
Can you guys stop eating out there? Medium can't be, it can't be the least. I understand if it's like going to be like large, extra large, that's fine. Okay. But we're selling more 2X or XL than we are medium? Come on, man. Guys, you got to take better care of yourselves. Please.
Oh,
I know, right? Holy shit. Do what you got to do. I mean, that's fine.
Yeah.
You know, I worry about people's weight. You know, I try not to get into people's business too much. You know, I'm not like this feltest person in the world, obviously, but I try to watch my weight, and it's just like your weight can determine so much about your health outcomes that I feel like I would be really nervous if I got too much heavier. So I just worry about that. Like, I don't care. I'm very laissez-faire. Do what you got to do. But I feel like that's something you can kind of nip in the bud. Just go like exercise and, you know, move around. So moving forward, we're not going to be selling any more XL shirts.
Perfect.
Perfect solution, I think.
Yeah, right. It's great. It's great for the business. It's great for everybody.
Yeah.
We appreciate your support over there. Shirts coming soon, I guess. New shirts. T-shirts, sweatshirts, hats, stickers. Free shipping in the United States on all stickers if you want to go get a sticker to support us and put it on your, let's say, put it on your F-350, your ridiculously large truck. All right. Anything else? Yeah, you can find us on free feeds, YouTube, and so on. Leave us nice reviews at these places and follow us and do all that kind of stuff. Whatever you want. What do I care? All right. Ryan Diamond wrote in. Let's get into a few random topics here before we get into the games issues that we need to talk about this week. Ryan wrote in and said, "Hey, Sacred Gents. I was setting up the multiple RSS feeds this week and decided to take a trip down memory lane. I scrolled back to oh, by the way, people are saying, I mean, he might even get into this in the letter, but like, oh, he does. So he'll say it later. I'm not even going to say it. I scrolled back to an old episode of Sacred Symbols for fun, randomly landing on the PS5 release episode. Upon starting it, I was immediately taken aback. Colin, you sounded happy, upbeat, jovial even. It was unsettling. You spoke noticeably faster, like I was playing it back at 1.2 speed. Your voice even sounded half an octave higher, as if you had yet to be crushed under the weight of this existence. You certainly did not sound like the surly and broken down man I'm used to nowadays. So did you make a conscious effort to slow down your speech over the years, or is it just the natural toll that 5 years trudging through this godforsaken life takes? All kidding aside, the episode was a joy to listen to, and hearing the initial excitement over the new consoles was fun to revisit. Having multiple RSS, and this is what I was going to say, but he said it himself. Having multiple RSS feeds makes it easy to go back and find these moments, so I appreciate having them. Thanks for being the best podcast around. But seriously, Colin, blink twice if you need help." Yeah, I've heard this about the RSS feeds, is that this is making it easier to go to the back catalog, which is cool. Yeah, I get this feedback sometimes. I don't feel like I actively tried to change anything, but I guess I have changed over time because I've gone and looked or listened to old things, even way older than that. And I do sound different. And my cadence is a little different. I have tried to slow down over time because that is, we said this recently on the show, is like when I was a little kid, I would get that all the time from teachers, from everyone. Like, you talk too fast. You got to stop talking so fast. And I don't know why that was or why that, but maybe I've just slowly gotten better at it. But yeah, I sound a little bit more upbeat, a little bit more jovial. I will say, though, that I think there's a difference. There's an important inflection point at that episode and around that episode is that we were still recording audio only at that point. So I think the whole video thing has probably made it more conversational and less performy. And that might have something to do with it too.
Yeah.
So, I don't know.
Yeah, I think that's pretty likely because when I was editing Snark Tank and it was all audio, I would cut every silence out, and if we talked over each other, I would like if you and I would talk over each other, like hypothetically, like I would move your audio like ahead of mine or like the opposite just to give so it was like there was no real. It felt quicker than it actually was in the moment recording. I don't know if you did that with Sacred, but like I was obsessive.
Yeah, well, I did. I used to edit the fuck out of Sacred. And Knockback. Knockback was first. It came first. And I edited Knockback because I wanted to mostly protect Dagan from, as he got better, he doesn't really need to be edited at all anymore, but lots of ums and silences and finding times and fumbling or whatever. And I would edit all that stuff out. And then Sacred Symbols, it was the same for you and for me as well. But like when you were starting, you were worse than you are now, obviously, right? Like you were getting going. Yeah. So I was like, I want to protect Chris from the harsh realities of people being an asshole. So I would, and since there was no video version of it, no one would have any idea. So I would just edit, and it took hours to do this every week. Yeah. And like it was horrible. You would basically multiply the amount of time, the length of the podcast by like 3 or 4. And at that point, it was like an hour and a half. Sacred Symbols, which is crazy. And that's how I found Dustin. Is because I was like, I can't do this anymore. And when we started doing video in 2021, we were still editing the audio for a while. That's what Ben was doing originally, but we realized like we never needed to do it at all, actually, that no one really cared. And then we just stopped. No one said a fucking word after we stopped. I was like, damn, dude, this was a lot of wasted time.
Yeah. And effort. Isn't that so disheartening?
Yeah, it is.
Because it's just like, damn, I put so much work into this. And no one notices.
And they were really clean edits too. Like they were really clean. Like once in a while you'd say like, oh, I could hear a clip here. I know you edited this part, but I'm like, dude, you have no idea. Like look at the timeline. Like I fucking chopped and diced this thing up.
I used to stop. Like it would be like 4-hour editing sessions, 5-hour editing sessions. And then I would end it. And I would be like, I kicked ass here. Like this is a perfectly edited show. And nobody cares.
Right. Exactly.
Nobody gave a shit.
It's so clean.
Yeah.
So I realized that as well, and that's why we originally had Dustin doing that, and then we brought Ben in when Dustin kind of was quote unquote promoted, I guess. I don't know, to do whatever it is. What is it you do now? I don't know. You do something.
I don't know either.
And then Ben ultimately we were like, we really don't need you to do this anymore because no one gives a shit. Obviously, there's now 3 of us that have spent thousands of hours doing this, and so. That's when we moved him on to like live show stuff and kind of more community management and things like, trying to find other things for him to do because it was like, this is like literally pushing a rock uphill. It doesn't matter. It's busy work, but I thought it mattered a great deal at the time. And frankly, it might have mattered and we just didn't know because everything was just cleaner, but everyone got so much better, including me. I just had so much more experience doing this than everyone. By the, like the 10,000 hour mastery thing, like by the time we started Sacred Symbols, I was basically already there. And and Dagan too, like Dagan had never done it. So like, it's like, it would be totally unrealistic for us to have expected that. But now we're almost at, I was thinking about this when I was putting up the thread for next week in the back end for it to publish. I'm like 349. It's like, damn, we're almost at 350.
Yeah.
This thing just marches on. When will it stop? I have no fucking idea, to be honest. One day it's going to stop. One day. Will we get to 1,000? I think I don't want to say probable because it's a long ways away, but I think it's definitely within the realm of possibility that this podcast goes 1,000 episodes. And I apologize in advance for that.
Oh man.
Maybe I'll retire at 1,000 episodes. I'm gonna be like, I'm done.
Yeah. See ya.
That's the best I can do.
I don't know. I worry about surviving that long, quite frankly.
Definitely. I mean, that's
like
a long ways away. Dude.
That's a long enough time away where I'm like, I don't know. I don't know. Something could happen. I could be like there's a SpongeBob episode where this old lady is like just basically her spine sitting in a wheelchair and she's like screaming.
You're selling chocolates.
Exactly, like the chocolate lady. And it's like, maybe that's me in 300 more episodes. I don't know.
So it took us from July 2018 to now to get 349. So let me see. I got my large calculator out here. That leaves us with 651 episodes divided by, we would have to do this for 12 and a half more years. I got to be honest with you. Like, I don't want to speak for anyone else. It's like, I don't know if Chris or Dustin will want to do it in 12 and a half years, but I'm like, I might still literally be doing this in my mid 50s. But that is such a long way away.
It's hard to conceptualize.
Yeah.
It's hard to even predict like a year from now lately. So like, I agree. It's 12 years. Will there even like, what would PlayStation even look like in 12 years? That is another thing.
Yeah, we would be like, it would be the very tail end of what would be the PS6 era, I guess, into whatever would be after that, I think.
Yeah.
Because we assume PS6 27 or 28. I'm thinking 28 at this point.
Yeah.
So that 8 more years would bring us to 2036. Interesting. I'll probably be dead by then. We'll find out. All right. Daniel wrote in and said, "Hey, CDC Colin, you need to talk to your son, Chris. He's starting to look like Cousin It. I understand that he stood up to his barber and is nervous to go back. But I mean, Brad is a licensed stylist. Chris needs to ask him for a haircut." Well, I mean, that would be a good option, and that would be an interesting option, and maybe even a good video. But Orange County and LA are not that close to each other. That wouldn't be a very convenient thing for anyone.
No. Yeah, people, it's always weird describing LA to people who haven't been there because it's not that nothing is near anything else. Like I have friends who live in LA. I have not seen at all in my time being here because it is it is just so far away still that like I'm not. You gotta have a wedding or something, or like some massive thing for me to.
Chris, I don't think people that have never been to California or like really lived in it and know like even understand how big California itself is. Like it's so big. There's so much there. It is a country.
Yeah,
in and of itself, it's multiple countries really in and of itself. So.
Yeah, it's friggin' huge. I remember even just going going to when we first did the show. And Colin lived in Santa Monica, and I was coming from Burbank. It was a complete, like, sometimes it would take me 40 minutes to get there, and then going home, sometimes it would take me 2.5 hours.
It's nightmarish.
Like, literally. It's truly a crazy, huge, very, very populated place with a lot of cars and a lot of traffic. So, I don't know. I'm actually I am going to get my haircut after this. I washed my hair. I'm just kind of waiting for it to dry, so I got the cap on. But I can't do it anymore. It's getting pretty unseemly.
Yeah.
Now, are you going to the barber you stood up or a new one?
No, I that barber. To be fair, like the reason I felt weird about it in the first place is that I went there and then I told them specifically that I didn't want to cut all of it. Like I usually get almost not exactly a military cut, but I usually get it like a radical shift. You know what I mean? Like if I have it long, I'm going to cut it short. Mm. But this time I was like, I think I'm just going to shape it up a little bit and like cut it maybe a little. I still want to have like longish hair. So like, I don't know if I want to do that. And when I went there to ask for it, they were like, oh, we really only have one guy who knows how to do that. Like they're more like a short hair kind of place. And I'm like, oh, fuck. And so I did stand them up, but also I was kind of like, I don't know. That's a weird pitch. You know what I mean? We have one guy that knows how to do this. So I'm probably just going to go find, I think I told this story a long time ago, but this older barber that I used to go to who spoke perfect English, no accent or anything, but I never understood a word he was saying because he would use these like weird turns of phrases that I'm sure he invented in the moment, but assumes I understand. It's like, oh man, it's looking like a It's looking like one of them pig wing Wednesdays. And you're just like, yep.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, sure. So he was very strange, but he knew how to cut long hair. So like, I might just go back to him and see what he says this time. Try to pay extra close attention to the turns and phrases he uses, because like they're so discombobulating that like they're impossible to quote verbatim. So maybe I'll just do that.
Well, Godspeed to you.
Yeah.
On your haircut journey. Like I said, I had just shaved my head quickly last week because I was going to see my mom for breakfast, and I didn't want to make her feel like I was truly homeless.
Yeah. You didn't want to look like a slovenly derelict.
Right.
Yeah.
I just didn't want to deal with it. So, because she worries about me. I don't know why. Probably because I'm the youngest. You know, but
is she the kind of mom that would openly, like, she would see you and she'd be like, "You look terrible"?
Yeah, she would say things like that to me.
Yeah.
Well, like even we were texting back and forth the other day, and I'm like, "Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't answer you sooner. I've just been out of it lately." And she was like very serious response, like, "Oh, are you like, what's going on with you?" And I'm like, it's nothing to read into. You don't have to worry about it. I shouldn't have even said that because now you're worried about me.
Yeah.
I didn't mean it to be so deep, Mom. You're probably listening. It's good for you to be a listener of the show, Mom. Thank you. All right, Chris. Well, and by the way, Daniel, thank you for the very timely Cousin It reference. Very timely.
we were talking about Short Circuit on our show the other day. We were just like, Jesus Christ, we're so fucking old.
Yeah. I think Short Circuit. I think I told you guys this. My dad was in a movie in the 80s.
Oh, really?
Is Short Circuit? Does Short Circuit have a scene with the FDNY in it?
Probably a lot of 80s movies did.
Yeah.
There
were a couple of things. My dad was in a couple of random movies, like not like it featured or whatever, but just things that were filmed in New York where they needed FDNY, both of them in the 80s. I think Short Circuit was, you know what? One of them I think was Batteries Not Included, which is what I'm maybe thinking of.
I don't even know what that movie is.
Yeah. But like you see him run by or whatever. It's a little bit of family lore. All right, let's see here. Chris Fazio wrote in and said, "Greetings, gentlemen. I hope you are doing well. Chris, we might have reached a new low as a civilization. I recently read that Imagine Dragons' song Children of the Sky from Starfield will be the first song broadcast from the moon. Luckily for any other life forms that may be out there, you can't hear sound in space. It's a cool achievement, but why must it be this particular band every time? Do they have the Epstein client list or something? Take care and be well." We're going to have the Epstein client list today for when we're recording, aren't we? Didn't they say they were releasing that stuff today?
They said day one, but
but I think Pam Bondi said that they're doing it today. Like,
yeah, they needed time to
redact Trump being on.
Yeah, I mean, I said this partially as a joke, but like I did think it was kind of funny how like specifically like Zuckerberg and like all the richest people were in that like at the inauguration, and I'm like, they're there for the client list. They're there to scrub their names out of that client list, but. No, I don't know. I don't know what it is with this band, man. I don't get it. They haven't even really had like a hit, like a modern hit in a while. I feel like the last thing that they were really notable for was like the theme song for Arcane, and that was like a while ago at this point. So I don't.
Does that please you?
No, it distinctly doesn't. I don't. I just want them to just relax. Just go play shows. That's fine. I'm not going to begrudge you for it, but like you really got to be the first song in space, really?
This is from iHeart.com, I guess iHeartRadio. Imagine Dragons' 2023 single Children of the Sky is going to space. On February 26th, so this already happened. Space technology company Lone Star plans to launch a rocket from Kennedy Space Center and a mission to land a data center on the moon. If successful, the song will be transmitted from the moon, an achievement that's never happened before.
Why you're
going to love this quote. You're going to love this quote. Ryan Micheletti, Lone Star investor, says, quote, "Our goal is to inspire the next generation of kids to be excited about the future of space and technology, which is why we chose Children of the Sky as the first song in history to be broadcast from the moon." End quote. Do you feel inspired? Do you feel in charge?
I just don't get why I feel like "Fly Me to the Moon" is the most obvious one to choose.
Yeah, sure. But that's
whatever.
very unoffensive as well.
Yeah.
What else? What else would be a good?
Maybe.
What is it?
Space Oddity?
Space Oddity, the David Bowie song.
Yeah.
That's it. That's a
That'd be
great
good.
one. Yeah.
Pretty fly for a white guy. Maybe.
Yeah,
Offspring,
right.
yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Quite frankly,
What
anything.
a Weird Al version. Pretty fly for a rabbi.
Yeah, right,
Which is an excellent song.
No, I don't know
Yeah,
if
that's your-
I don't know
that's
if
your
it's a
jam.
great image right now.
I brought this up in the past, but I love. Have you guys ever seen or read Contact, the Carl Sagan book?
No.
Oh, you should definitely. At least the book's great, but you should watch the movie. In that, the aliens in quotes send back the first signals that they ever received from the planet, like signals that were strong enough to leave the Earth and be like discerned, and it's Hitler's 1936 Olympic German like speech or whatever. And so they send it back to us with like embedded with data, not knowing like what it is. They're just like, oh, they'll recognize this. They sent this out. And then they send it back to us with like all this math in it. And it's like, it's Hitler. so we're having the same thing with the Imagine Dragons.
Yeah. In many ways worse.
Right. That's true. Depending on how you look at it.
Yeah. Everything's perspective.
All right. Sweet Jones wrote in and said, howdy, boys. I'm writing to you as I begin to drink my Souflav or Souflavi. I don't know what that is. I have a colonoscopy tomorrow, and it's sure to be a shitty night cleaning the pipes for my close-ups in the morning. This is my third one, and I thought I'd share some wisdom with you and your listeners. You see, for the last 18 years, I've sold Benjamin Moore paint in a retail capacity, dealing with 60 to 100 people a day. While most are professional painters, we deal with plenty of homeowners. Imagine my embarrassment during my first colonoscopy when my nurse was one of my customers. Due to my excellent customer service, of course, she recognized me in a gown, naked, all drugged up. The second time, it was my anesthesiologist, who I had helped pick out paint numerous times for her house. Her words to me were, quote, "You always took such good care of me, now I get to take good care of you," end quote. The wisdom here is this. No matter what job you do, if it's forward-facing for customers, treat them the way you would want your gastroenterologist to treat you. You never know who will be sticking a camera up your ass. Thanks for all the entertainment over the years. May your colons be polyp-free. Godspeed to you. I love that story. That's so awkward. I have also had 3 colonoscopies in my life because I have stomach and colon problems, and endoscopies too, which are even worse, believe it or not. I've said this to you guys in the past, like what you have you ever gotten a colonoscopy, either of you?
No.
You will, you should. Although I think it's going to be easier now because of like, you can kind of like poop in a vial and send it away and they'll tell you if you need to get screened or whatever. Cologuard is what it's called. But it's insane what you have to do. I'm just letting you know, like, no matter if you've never done it before and you do it for the first time, you've never experienced anything like what's about to happen to you. And I'm not talking about the colonoscopy itself because you're going to be asleep. I'm talking about you shitting to such a degree that you are literally like by the end of it, you're pooping straight up clear water.
Wow. Pissing out your ass.
Yep. Like,
good.
I wish I saved it because it was so funny. Like, so when I left, I haven't actually had a colonoscopy in 10 years, which is crazy because I'm 40. Like, I got them all in my 20s. And when I left IGN, we lost our really good healthcare, right? So we had like Kaiser Permanente and all of the rest, which was a nice HMO in California. I really liked them a lot, actually, because it's like a one-stop shop, which I really enjoyed. And so before we left, I'm like, my insurance is up X. I got to do all of this stuff before I like lose the insurance and we get like this, Obamacare or whatever. And so I got my colonoscopy then, and that was the last one I got. And I wish I saved the list of things that I had to buy and do, because it's like you're taking laxatives on laxatives on laxatives on like it is nuts. And they're basically like, you can't go anywhere, like not even like a room away from your bathroom. It's going to get fucking real. And the idea is to like, it's got to be totally empty. And it's good to do because they didn't find what I like truly bad stuff, which is good, but they did find polyps and cut them off. Like they just do it all right there. So Sweet Jones, you already went through it. Godspeed and God bless you and good luck. I hope all is well. And take care of your colons out there. It's important. It's really important.
That's such a terrible place to be recognized. It's just such a horrible, like, I can't even imagine. Like, I had an altercation. I think I told you guys about it. I don't know if I mentioned it on the show, but like I went to go get like a cashier's check for the apartment at the beginning of the month last month. And when I was done filling everything out, the teller was like, "You do YouTube, right?" And I was like, "You can't be looking at I don't want you knowing me and then look. I want you knowing who I am and then looking at my bank information. Like, what is that?"
That has to happen fairly often, right? Like someone has dealt with Robert De Niro's bank account.
Oh, for sure.
And it's like, this is the Robert De Niro who you're dealing with. I guess you have to just be professional.
Yeah, I feel like the professional thing would be not to mention it.
Right, I agree.
You know what I mean? So that immediately, like, red flags immediately. I'm like, the fact that you're even mentioning this is like, I immediately don't trust you. I immediately am suspicious of everything that you're doing.
I have this theory actually with my, I get like, the dispensary near me delivers, and like once a month or like once every 6 weeks, I'll get like a delivery. And the guy is really nice, like that I talk to on the phone and sometimes delivers, is really nice to me. And I'm like, I wonder if he knows who I am, but because of like HIPAA or something, because it's medical, he can't say. Because, and the reason I say this, so there's a lot of little hints, but last week I ordered, and then the guy called me and he's like, "Hey, I saw that you ordered after the cutoff, but if you want us to deliver tomorrow, I can make that happen for you. I see you're like one of our important customers," or whatever he said to me. And I'm like, "No, I'm cool waiting. I appreciate it though. Like, why are you, And I'm like, I feel like that's your way of saying, you know me.
Oh yeah.
But I don't know. I could just be reading into it. Maybe he's just a very nice person.
Well, and you might be, as he said, a very important customer, depending on how much you spend.
Yeah, that could be.
So you're a high roller in the weed world.
Yeah, well.
I mean, I already knew. We all know that about you. I mentioned this a few months ago. I'll never forget you opening up that drawer in your apartment. Just fit like overflowing with joints. Just like you're, because I think Ben and I had ordered some, and you were like, "Oh, you didn't need to do that. I could have hooked you up." And he opened this side drawer filled.
Yep. That's the way it goes sometimes. I smoke so much less than I did at that point, which is good. All right. Let's see. Anything else? Oh, Digitaco has the last inquiry before we get into stories. Hey, super sacred bros. I have a question for Dustin. I recently noticed my kid using the slang term Ohio. After swallowing my pride, I looked up the definition online and learned it's a term to describe something as being mid or boring. So my question for Dustin is, does this mean the Pennsylvania-Ohio rivalry is over? Can Pennsylvania claim victory?
We've been claiming victory for this whole time. I got to be honest, the whole Ohio Gen Z slang meme, whatever, becoming a thing, a little bothersome to me. Because growing up, we used to go to this music festival in Illinois. It's called Cornerstone. Every once in a while, when I mention it, a listener's like, "Holy shit, I went there too."
Isn't that is that a Christian rock? Yeah.
Like Christian rock, metal, hardcore,
right.
all that stuff.
Cool.
Lots of good stuff there. We used to go every summer. We always had to drive through Ohio. And that's where we started to make fun of Ohio. Because we're like, dude, this place sucks. It's boring when you drive through it. All the rest stops suck. We hated Ohio. So we started making fun of Ohio then. And for me, it's been all this time.
It's
and
personal.
Now which in some ways, I guess the flip side of the coin is I'm glad everyone hates Ohio now. It's well-deserved. It's due. So in that way, I can't complain.
Aren't Logan Paul, like the Paul family, aren't they from Ohio also?
Yeah, I think so.
It doesn't help them. That doesn't help.
That adds to it. The one redeeming thing in Ohio, of course, is Cedar Point. And that's
Cedar Point's awesome.
I will go there. Dude, I hope I can go this summer. But, we deal with what we have to during that time. At Cedar Point, you're kind of you're in Ohio, but you're in its own Cedar Point land. It might as well be its own state or territory within it. So I think we're okay.
A breakaway republic.
Yeah.
Cedar Point, I would imagine, is kind of like Niagara Falls, where you don't really feel like you're in either place where it is. You just kind of feel like you're in Niagara Falls. Like Niagara Falls is in Canada and New York, but it doesn't feel like either of those places. Like it just feels like Niagara Falls.
I think we got the good side, right? But what is it? It's like one side can see the better side, and so technically has the good side, but it's actually on the other side. It's like, ironically.
Yeah, so like the people who have the best side can't see it.
Right, exactly.
Yeah, I don't remember. I remember going to Niagara Falls and thinking it was like really great. But,
it is awesome. It's crazy.
Truly, I should go back. as an adult, because I think last time I went, I was like a child, and like I kind of understood it, and it was still impressive, but like I didn't give a shit. I wanted to go home and play Spider-Man on the Xbox, so like it wasn't really that monumental to me. But like I think I should go back. But
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Maid of the Mist.
I did.
Boat.
I think
Yeah.
I think it was called. I don't know if it was called that. I did something. I did do a boat ride under the falls or something like that. Like I think it was called the Mini Haha. I think, which is I remember.
Right.
I remember that name specifically because I thought it was such a dumb name. But as far as Ohio goes, like I remember I drove from New York to LA, and I remember the drive very, very vividly. Ohio, I don't remember at all.
Good.
Even slightly. So Ohio was either so boring that I didn't notice, and there were places that were so boring that it hurt. You know what I mean? Like Kansas was so boring that it physically hurt me to go through it. Like I couldn't believe, like I was taking physical damage going through Kansas, which in and of itself is like at least notable. But Ohio was like, there's nothing remarkable or memorable about Ohio at all.
What I always think about with Ohio that I find fascinating is, and I've only been there a couple of times, and Cedar Point was a major reason why I was ever in Ohio, but it has an unusual density of large cities. For, I don't know if you ever thought about it. It's like Cincinnati, Cleveland, Columbus, Akron. Like there's a lot of like 1, 2, 3 million people places in this state for some reason, but none of them have congealed into like the megalopolis. But there's like, I would imagine for its size, it's the most dense with big cities of any place in the United States. That's always been fascinating to me. And so as a sports fan, it's always interesting, and it's not arbitrary at all, but you have to really be there about like how it's split up. There are Bengals fans and Browns fans. If you're like in the Ohio State area, you're probably like a Blue Jackets fan, which is the hockey team. Baseball's in Cleveland and all the rest. It's pretty interesting. I have, unlike these guys, I have no, especially Dustin, I have no ill will towards Ohioans or Ohio. My beef is with, do I have a beef with any state really? I don't know. Not really.
Kansas, I have.
Yeah, Kansas
was something.
Beef.
I guess I have beef. I guess I have some sort of beef with New York just because I don't want Long Island to be part of it. Like I want it to be its own state. A lot of people feel that way there.
I mean, it basically is.
Right. But it's like, let us go. Like we don't want to be part of New York. And so that maybe I have a little beef with my own home state in some sense.
Yeah, Kansas, I just remember being just confused. It felt like not even like Twin Peaks, because Twin Peaks would be at least like pretty. It was like Kansas was like like you're pulled into a dark place,
right?
And you can't get away. Like flat, repeated towns, as if like somebody had like 3D printed a town and then like plopped it 6 times. It really is a crazy place. Like it's just frightening to move through, especially in the dark, where you just like see like a scarecrow. I swear to God, I saw a scarecrow walking, and I was like, I gotta get the fuck out of here. Right. I gotta get the hell out of this place.
Yeah, it's like Children of the Corn. Yeah, because Twin Peaks would be more like the Pacific Northwest, so you're gonna have a lot like Silent Hill. You're gonna have like a lot.
Right. I meant like the vibe.
Yeah.
I was trying to like just ethereally like, but that's like ethereally pleasant. And this is like ethereally like deeply like I gotta get out. Well, I almost got killed twice in Kansas by crazy truckers.
Yeah. Oh yeah, they're probably hauling ass. They want to get out of there too. I knew the only person I ever knew from Kansas was Damon Hatfield, who has been at IGN for more than 20 years at this point. And I was always fascinated in hearing about his childhood and his upbringing, because it was just a very normal suburban life or whatever. But I'm like, yeah, that's such a weird place. Like I'd never, even in college, you meet people from, I went to school during the Iraq War with someone from Iraq, who was a friend of mine. It's like you meet all sorts of random people, but I never met anyone from Kansas somehow, and I'm pretty sure he was the only person in the industry I even knew that was from there as well. Shout out to Kansas. All right. Except for if you're Chris. Chris is only Kansas. All right, guys, let's get into the news. Quite a few things to talk about here. This one just broke this morning when we were going to begin recording, so we'll begin with it. They've given PlayStation VR 2 a significant price cut, according to a posting on PlayStation blog beginning in March, so imminently. you'll be able to buy PSVR 2 for $399.99, which is $150 cheaper than it was since launch. Interestingly, the PSVR 2 Horizon Call of the Mountain bundle is also the same price. I guess, was it always that? Or was one more expensive than the other?
I think it was more expensive for the Horizon bundle, if I remember correctly. Because why would you get the normal bundle?
Well, I just didn't even know if they sold the normal bundle, I guess is what I'm saying. Like originally, I thought maybe Horizon was the only way and it was kind of like a free bundle in, but maybe that was why it was $50 more expensive or whatever. Anyway, $400. I don't know. Now I'm kind of skeptical about something with this is in that why would you still have Horizon bundles unless you didn't sell them? No one cares about Horizon Call of the Mountain, and it wasn't a specifically great game that people were really enamored with. It just seems like this somehow, Dustin, ties into that idea that they were just sitting on a lot of stock and couldn't sell it, and this might still be that stock. It's not clear to me that they ever started manufacturing more of these things. I'm not saying they're canceling PSVR 2 because I think it's fairly clear they're not canceling it. But it does seem like it's slowing and they got to get rid of these things. So cutting them down and I imagine eroding deeply into their profit, if they're making any profit at all, they might even be selling these at a loss now, is going to be significant. But I think you got to get them out into the wild and see if people will be into it. So do you think that they'll move more now that it's $150 cheaper and many more games available now?
Yeah, I would imagine that some people that this could be the price cut that causes them to jump in. We've had a bunch of pretty good games come out for the platform. I'm wondering, and I don't know how warehouses and shipping and things like that work. And not to jump ahead, but there is a story coming up about Sony getting a lot of inventory here to the US before any potential tariffs come in. I wonder if they just need space. And they're like, this space is better served for PlayStation 5, PlayStation 5 Pro, and we need to just start moving these things. That's a possibility, but it's also important to remember that PSVR 1 also got a significant price cut a few years after release. So this tracks with previous PSVR. So maybe not.
Jared A. wrote in and said, hey, gents, PlayStation announced today a price cut for the PSVR 2. Is this an effort to get rid of excessive inventory or give new life to the system? For how much it feels like PlayStation has forgotten about the machine, I'm continually pressed by the content for it. Chris, what do you think? Is it a plea or to get rid of some of these things, or are they trying to revive it in some sense? I think Dustin's observation about maybe making some room. Obviously, they only have so much space in their various warehouses and stashing points. So there could be a lot of different reasons for this. But I will agree with something Jared said, Chris, which is there are a lot of games for this thing. Like there's no doubt about that. Like if again, as listeners know, I really gave an earnest effort to play Arizona Sunshine over a couple of weeks remake and just couldn't do it. It was just really making me sick. I'd like to get back to it, but I was like, when I was looking at the various games available, the reason I did that was I was like, I already own Arizona Sunshine for PSVR. I think it was a $10 upgrade to get the new one. And it's like a cheaper way for me to get back into things. But when I was looking at the whole gamut of games, I was like, geez, there is a lot here. Like, there's just no doubt about it. And it's good. Like, some of it's really good, apparently. So what do you think?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a mix of things. I do think it is an inventory issue, or like they clearly did not sell, tens of millions of these things. This is not like a breakaway success. They clearly are stockpiling a lot of them, and I think this is an earnest attempt to just kind of make more space. But I just kind of feel like, I don't know if this is necessarily a revival or like, I'll put it this way. I think VR is a very particular type of technology that speaks to a very particular type of consumer. And I just feel like it's not that big of a base. We are, pretty hardcore people on this show. Like, we pay attention to the industry. We play a lot. And even we have issues with it. Like, I mean, Colin was talking about it. Even in his earnest attempt to get back into it, it just made him sick. I kind of have a similar kind of issue with it. I feel like this is just an attempt to free up space, get rid of existing inventory, make room for PS5s. I think the tariff observation is pretty canny. I wouldn't be surprised if that was a a definite part of this, but I don't think this necessarily speaks to like maybe like a doubling down in investment or like a revival internally of just like, oh, we're going to refocus on this. It's like, no, I don't know if I necessarily buy that.
I would love like a candid explanation of how they really feel about it. Obviously it's undersold, but I don't know that they put this thing out there thinking it was going to sell 10 million units anyway, you know? So I do wonder like what their intention is. I think their focus on PSVR is actually a good sign in some sense that like Sony still sees itself as, and this was, she was saying this in our interview, is like they're a technology company. Like they want to make machines. They want to make things that you use and then obviously put stuff on it for you to play and watch or whatever. This is why they bought CBS Music and Columbia Pictures and all this other stuff. So they get it. It's not that they're immune to that. I just, I wonder about this too, just from a, God, I wish I could you just wish you were like a fly on the wall, not getting this sanctioned, clean, whatever at your various press conferences and quarterly earnings reports and whatever, but like really understanding on the inside, like this thing is this is what our plan is with it. This is how we feel about it. Obviously they don't do that for many different reasons. And I do want to reiterate as I leave this topic that, because I have read a lot of people's input on my PSVR 2 problems. And I think I mentioned this, but one of the things that people have said is like, you could take a certain medicine, like a Dramamine.
Yeah.
And it helps. And I'm like, no, you know, like I just on principle, like I'm not trying to be a dickhead at all. It's like, that's fucking crazy that I would have to do that. That's a me problem, not a device problem. A lot of people don't experience these issues, so I'm not saying that, but I am not taking like even like a nothing medication like that to do that just on principle. It's like, no, I don't, I have to acclimate to it naturally or it's just not going to work for me. And I will admit it's not a flaky thing for me. I'm not very flaky with games anyway. Like I like beating the games I play, even if I'm not crazy about them. And I will say, like, I really liked Arizona Sunshine Remake. Like I was surprised by how good it was. And it made me excited for, I was like, wow, this is a very primitive game compared to what has since come. That game's old. It's almost 10 years old when you look at it.
Yeah.
So I was like, damn, this is fucking cool. Cause as I was saying, I'm like, this is a kinetic light gun game. It feels like a Wii game, but taken to the next level, which is cool. I was making fun of Link's crossbow training a couple episodes ago, right? But I was like, the thing is like, that was actually a cool game. It was just not what people wanted, really. Yeah. And I was in that mode. It's like how I used to feel about Time Crisis and shit. I'm like, these are cool, but I don't want to spend $1 on a machine at an arcade playing this or have to buy the gun peripheral and do all this kind of shit. And so I wish PSVR 2 met me a little bit more where I was, but I did invest in this thing. And so I want to give it another go at some point, but I just refuse to be like, yeah, I'm going to take Dramamine or do these other things to play PSVR. It's not that good.
Yeah.
Like, like it's definitely like, I'll just play conventional games. It's good. It's cool, but it's not mind blowing. So no.
It already asks a lot of you in the first place, like from the get go. You know, you got to strap this thing to your head. You've got to make room for it. If you have like a small space, you have to clear things. You have to move. Oh, I got to move the coffee table. You know. Oh, I got to make sure the what is it? The controllers are charged. And then on top of that, I have to medicate myself. It's too much. You're asking too much at that point.
It's too much. Yeah, it's like, how much more do you want from me? Leave me alone.
Yeah, on principle. Like if I had to take a pill to not get sick watching a movie, I probably would not watch movies. You know what I mean? Just on principle. Like if this is what's demanded of me to enjoy this thing, like I just on a basic level, I'm just like, no, I'm not. I'm gonna go towards things that I'm just more naturally inclined to enjoy. Then at that point,
Dustin won't even take his pills to not be vitamin D deficient. You think he's going to take a pill to play on PSVR? Come on now. But I do have it, you know, I have it in my living room now, and we have all of our shit lined up in my below the TV now, and I'm like, this is the nerdiest shit I've ever seen in my life. It's like PS5 Pro, underneath is a PS5, a PS4 Pro, and then an Xbox Series X, a Switch, a couple of Micah's things, like her portable like Logitech remote player, my PS Portal, and then the PSVR 2, like all just sit. I'm like, this is. I would have like shit my pants if I was a kid, and I remember when I got a Genesis, which was like midway through the N64 PS1 era. I bought it on eBay, and I had my SNES and I set them up, and I had like all my console. I had at one point I had like an NES, an SNES, an N64, a GameCube, a PS1, a PS2, an Xbox, a Dreamcast, a Genesis, all hooked up with like really clean wires behind the TV and all of the rest, and you just have to like unplug them. And I was like, this is the fucking coolest thing ever. And if and at that age, even if I saw this, I'd be like, wow, we're really stepping the game up, man. That's getting pretty crazy out there. By the way, I didn't play most of those consoles almost ever. I played a lot of Genesis when I got it because I had a lot to catch up on. But Dreamcast had like a 2-year window, but I kept it hooked up for like 12 years probably. All right. This next one, Dustin, comes from your friend, I think, Genki, right? Genki JPN. He's your buddy, isn't he?
Yeah.
You met him in person.
I met him and we had dinner in Japan together.
I don't follow him on Twitter. I'm going to follow him right now. Follow back. I just click the button. He writes here, and this comes from a VOD on Sony's website, I guess, a financial kind of call or whatever. He pulled this out of there, which is good. This is really interesting. He says, quote, Sony say they are creating duplicate supply chains. This is what you were noting earlier, and stockpiling inventory in the U.S. to respond to potential U.S. import tariffs on their hardware. Duplicate supply chains and increasing supply chain flexibility, stockpiling a certain level of strategic inventory in the U.S. So for people that don't know, the Trump administration, the new administration, or newish, I guess it's not really that new anymore, they are going to implement a base 10% tariff, or that's what they say, on Chinese goods, which they consider reciprocal. Whether or not they are or not, I don't really know. And by the way, I personally have no problem with tariffs to a degree because I think that it's good for our workers to protect our own markets, but maybe not for things that you don't manufacture here. This is what has destroyed the Brazilian games industry or games console market. For instance, Microsoft, I don't know if you saw that, is not even selling Xboxes there anymore at all because an Xbox costs, I think, $1,800 or $1,900 because of the tariffs. That's obviously not what we're going to experience. But the tariffs have not yet been implemented. And tariffs can be implemented by executive order, like executive fiat, so it doesn't even have to go to Congress. So if this 10% tariff on China goes through, then all the manufactured goods that are out of Chinese factories are going to get more expensive, conceivably. To avoid this, it seems like Sony has just started stockpiling, as Dustin was mentioning earlier, PS5s in the United States, because you could still sell them here as long as they've passed through customs and you've cleared tariffs, then they're already here, so you can just sell them. What I wonder, though, and Chris, we'll go to you first, is 10% tariff on $500 is going to be $50. I wonder if Sony just eats it. Like, in other words, that's going to destroy any sort of profit they're going to make out of the machine, but they're not really selling them to make profits on the machines anyway. It's an unfortunate thing for them to have to deal with, but they want the machines out there so they can sell games. So I wonder if this is obviously a thing that's happening and they have X amount put away or whatever, but eventually they're going to have to import them. And at that point, I wonder what they're going to do, because it's entirely possible they raise the price, but I just don't know that. I think that's why the price has been so stubborn, in fact, is so they can just keep it the same. So what are your thoughts on all this?
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I think there's maybe an air of, okay, listen, we're going to stockpile a lot, and hopefully, maybe we can wait all this out, because there seems to be, and this was no different from the first administration either. Like, it's very haphazard. Like, things happen and then they get cut and then they get reinstated again, and then it's a very, forgive my use of the word, because I know some people take issue with me using this word, but like, it's a very schizophrenic administration, historically speaking. Like, they kind of always just, they're firing everybody and rehiring. I saw that thing about the nuclear code people who they fired, and they were like, whoops. So I think the strategy might be, all right, let's keep the price the same. Let's try and get as much into the country, so that way when these tariffs are in place, we can weather whatever that storm's going to be. And maybe it doesn't last that long. Maybe they see unforeseen consequences of it and reverse course. as has happened a couple times already, quite frankly. So like maybe the goal is to just maybe get enough in that they can maybe weather the storm and wait it out, and hopefully they won't have to deal with that in the first place. But if they do have to deal with it if they do have to deal with it, I don't know. I can't necessarily see Sony raising the price. But man, that is a really tricky situation, I think, because you're starting off the generation on a point that is kind of ahead historically, because I think there are certain consoles that sell at a loss, like kind of at the start, and you're kind of making your money on software and subscriptions and all that stuff later on, and hopefully offset that to kind of be kind of reverted back even before the starting line in some sense later on in your life cycle, where you're now suddenly not making anything. That's not something that that's not a situation that's ever, as to my knowledge, has ever happened before.
Well, people are yelling at their screens if they're in certain countries, because remember that PS5's price was raised in certain territories, like in Europe,
right,
and Japan. But people have to understand that that's because of inflation. Sony's pegging pegging its profit on USD, which is somewhat static, comparable to the pound or the yen or even the euro in that time frame. So they had to raise prices, or at least that's what they'll tell you, or otherwise they would have started eating shit. This is different because this is trade policy that would cause this, as opposed to like monetary policy. So
yeah, and to be fair, I am talking about like domestic, like American, from the American perspective, obviously.
Right. No, fair enough.
But yeah, I don't know. It's an interesting situation. I think we'll just have to wait and see how this shakes up, obviously. But my feeling on it is that they're probably hoping to maybe stockpile enough to weather through to the point where maybe this doesn't affect them at all. Is my guess. Yeah,
I think that's totally reasonable, because I think Trump doesn't use the tariffs or seemingly doesn't use the tariffs in a necessarily principled stand. In other words, it's not like a turn of the 19th and the 20th century American tariffs where it's like, this is the way it is. We have to do them to protect this industry, this group of workers, this labor union, whatever the case might be. A lot of it is leverage to get what he wants, which is, I don't think, a horrible idea, but it's gamesmanship. And so I think you're absolutely right that like they're not going to say like, this is the tariff. What they're saying is like, this is the tariff unless you do something. And I think that ultimately the tariff will be temporary because they'll get what they want. So yeah, like riding it out as opposed to it being a permanent policy change is probably right. But we'll see what happens. Because I got to say, like, the one thing that bothers me, well, a lot of things bother me, but I am a protectionist. Like, I don't mind tariffs. I think that they're good. They are necessarily painful because things have to adjust, but you're doing it for your own market and your own workers. Like, the end goal is to try to make people to make things here, to try to employ Americans, making American goods. Like, to me, that is a price worth paying to a degree. And 10% on imported electronics is fine. The bigger thing is like, 100% tariffs or whatever. Or what I was saying earlier in Brazil, where the tariffs are so crazy and have been for decades, that consoles are literally $2,000 and $3,000 when you buy them. And that's all tax. So I don't want to make it seem like I'm anti-tariff in any way, because I'm really not. I just understand that people's ability to withstand the pain heavily vacillates, and most people are not going to be able to withstand that pain, including corporate entities. But I think that the end goal of them is righteous because it's in a principled stance. So again, not the way it's being deployed now, but in a way it's like, this is the policy of the United States because we need people to build silicon chips here. We need you to build your iPhones here. That was one of the cool things I thought that came out recently was, I don't know if you saw, Apple is going to invest $500 billion, $500 billion, which is so much money in the United States, like in building things here. And it's like, dude, that's awesome. Because, when you open a new iPhone, what does it say? Designed in California, produced in Vietnam, China, wherever it's produced. And it would be cool to pull that out and say like designed and produced in the United States. That's where I ultimately think they're trying to get things to go. But with a PlayStation, this is what I'm getting to with PlayStation 5. It's like, you got to let bespoke technologies, like, it would be cool if they manufactured PS5s here. That would be awesome. But they're going to be expensive. And remember, we've had this conversation before about like, wouldn't it be cool if these companies even gave you the option? And we're like, yeah, okay, we have a manufacturer of iPhones in the United States. They're $200 more. you can put your money where your mouth is kind of situation. And the market would adjust and probably not do that. But I think with things like this, it's like you kind of got to give exceptions. It's like PlayStation 5 is a technology. It's not silicon chips at large. It's not NVIDIA or Intel or one of these companies. It's a piece of consumer electronics. So why would we really want to tariff it?
All right.
So I think these kind of more difficult conversations need to happen, in my opinion. But generally speaking, Dustin, and then we'll go to you, is like, I do believe that, you know, these policies can be good, but it is a shame that it's a shame that it's so deeply politicized, which is a funny thing to say, but it's really not political, or it shouldn't be political. It should be economic. Like, what is the purpose for your own working class? Anyway, what do you think about all this? There's so much to say. I don't know what thread you want to pull out. I doubt you want to pull the threads I've been pulling, but you can go wherever you'd like.
Well, the thing that I initially was thinking is basically what you were saying, that Sony's probably looking at the situation and they want to protect themselves in the case that this tariff does happen. Just because we did see, which it's still possible they could happen, but with Mexico and Canada, that this tariff was going to happen. And then now it has been delayed for the time being. And who knows, it could happen. It might not. Depending on, as you were saying, Colin, that they're being used as leverage for something. So the situation with the Chinese tariff is still, I don't know, is there a date on when that's supposed to go into effect?
No, I don't. I'll look. Go ahead.
Yeah. So it's still ongoing either way. And so Sony's looking at the situation and being like, well, let's protect ourselves for if this does or does not happen, we want to be prepared. And so I think that makes sense.
NBC News says Trump signals Canada, China, and Mexico tariffs could take effect next week. This was written 3 hours ago. And then reciprocal duties are planned for April. So we're putting like the standard tariffs in place, and then we're going to reciprocate with any like kind for kind of any tariff, which is a trade war. Dangerous position to be in, but that's for another conversation. I will say this about Canada specifically, because you were bringing up Canada and Mexico, and it's here in the NBC News stuff as well. It's like, it's funny when we've actually lost subscribers because of the Canada, the way the United States is treating Canada from a trade perspective. And I was saying, I don't know if I said it in the Discord, I think I did, where I was like, I totally get it. Like, you have to make your dollars count, or your loonies in Canada count as like a weapon, a cudgel against whatever you interface with. And for a lot of people, I mean, people in Canada are absorbing American everything, but for a lot of people, a point of sale with a clearly American company is us. So I was saying, and I think I said this to Micah maybe privately, but I think I said it in Discord as well. I was like, I get it. Like, you have to, like, it's not us. It's not personal.
Yeah. Right.
It's like, and I will say, and I'm not just saying this because I like Canada, and I do, but I'm not crazy about the way we're treating them right now. I think there's a lot of problems that we have to deal with, like with Canada, as far as energy and trade and all the rest. But like, man, bigger fish to fry. Like, it's the definition of like, there are just bigger fish to fry, like, and probably will be for a long time. Like, worry about that later. So
yeah.
So from that perspective, I'm not crazy about it because I know so many Canadians and I love Canada. I've been to Canada a bunch of times. You know, it's a bummer that's like, we should be friends, in my opinion. But yeah, I wanted to say that. I've been meaning to say that for weeks because it's like, you know, I'm not that upset about it, about losing them, because I'm like, yeah, you're like a Canadian, and you're like, you have like solidarity with your people, and I would do the same thing. So
yeah. Most of them in the exit surveys were very nice about it.
Well, that's
some of them not so much, but that's
very
okay.
funny.
Yeah,
that's awesome.
All right. What else here? Okay, I saw this. This was circulating, and I'm not on Blue Sky, which is the new social media app, but I saw this circulating and clicked on it from a website. I might have been Push Square or VGC or something, and I was quite distressed by it. I wanted to just share it because I just think this is a sign of where things are, and really encapsulates a lot of our positions here on the show about games as a service and why they're important to pursue. Matt Piscatella, who is an analyst at Circana, we'll talk about Circana later as well. They come up every month because they track industry sales here in the United States for software and hardware. He writes, quote, over 70% of US active PS5 and Xbox Series players played at least one of the top 10 live service games of the month during January. More than 40% of all time spent on PlayStation 5 and Xbox Series in the US during January went to those same top 10 live service games. That's fucking crazy. I don't know how that. What is Dustin? What are your first thoughts on this? Like, to me, I'm like, it's a sign of the times, and it's crazy. So 7 in 10 played at least one of them. Not me. Right. I didn't.
Some of this, I think, obviously is, this new era games like Fortnite, Apex Legends, things like that, which are dominating and what people are playing a ton of. I wonder too I imagine Call of Duty is considered one of these 10 live service games. And in that matter, this has been this way for a very long time. It's just been reclassified as a live service game. So in that way, it's like, and what else is considered live service? Is Gran Turismo considered a live service game?
Yeah, I don't think so. I do agree with you that, yeah, like I'm looking at like his follow-ups, and he doesn't classify what it means, but he does say this, which I think does give a little bit of insight. Quote, used to be that players would jump from big game to some other games, but they were the most often moving to something new that they purchased. Now the live service games suck out a ton of available time, and it's hard to beat free if it's good. So here we are. Because he's noting that actually US video game market spending peaked 4 years ago. That the number is basically the same. But and Grand Theft Auto 6 is going to itself bring that number up. But I don't have definitionally what it means. But I'm thinking Call of Duty HQ would be in that list. Along with the likes of Fortnite and Minecraft and other things that are ubiquitous. Maybe not Minecraft, Apex Legends and Marvel Rivals and whatever. I don't know. What are your first thoughts here on this, Chris?
Yeah, my first thought is it's actually kind of what Dustin was kind of getting at, which is just how do you classify these kinds of things? Because I remember people getting, stuck on the same multiplayer games for a long time. I mean, Call of Duty would refresh every year with like a new title, but that was highly unusual for a lot of other, multiplayer style games at that time. You were kind of, if you're playing a multiplayer game, chances are you're playing that game with your friends all the time. And, you would maybe juggle a couple at a time, but you would always play those games basically. And so I wonder, because live service is somewhat synonymous with multiplayer now, like I wonder how much of a drastic change this really is from like the days of maybe late 360, late PS3. Certainly late 360 was very, very multiplayer heavy.
But people were buying those games.
That is true. But that's also just kind of a sign of like, well, people don't... Things are free because people are prohibitively... Like, there's a level of... There's an economic reading to all this where it's just like, why would I pay money? Why would I pay an excessive amount of money when I can experience something pretty robust for free in an environment, in an economy that is particularly hostile? It's kind of obvious to me. It's just like, yeah, I'm not. Why would you? Especially if there's nothing really that compelling. Call of Duty is the last thing. But even that is probably here. So I really don't know how to read. I feel like I need more data out of this, or like more granular information out of a stat like this to really firmly feel rooted in any particular conclusion. Because on its face, that's a lot for sure. Don't get me wrong, but a lot of this really does depend on classification and kind of like the littler ways to divvy up this information to really learn anything real.
Yeah, I'm looking through his other posts and I don't see any.
It's not really informative, the rest of it.
Yeah, but it is interesting data, and it's listen, one thing. Yeah, go ahead. Yeah.
Will GTA 6 qualify as a live service game?
I don't.
Why not?
Yeah, you're right, because it's like, well, Call of Duty HQ encapsulates Warzone and the core games, right? So it's both free to play and pay.
Premium.
Yeah.
GTA Online is free?
Nope.
No?
Yeah. No, you can buy a separate GTA Online SKU that's $10 or $20, I think.
Okay. So that's nominally free to play. Like because then you have to, or games as a service, like Helldivers was $40, but it is an active game.
Yeah.
Apex is free. Rocket League's free.
You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, I get you, but I think he does say one interesting thing, which is that the commonality between everything 10 years ago was that, with rare exception, like there was Warframe and random things, but like nothing was free on console. Like
True.
I remember when Free Realms, I don't know if you guys wouldn't remember that, but it was like a SOE game that came to PS3. It was like it's like childish MMO, and it was truly free, and everyone was like, wait, what? Like it didn't even compute. Like how does that work? And so I feel like this is ominous. No matter like how you really dice it, I am in the 30%, and we are a dying breed of people, clearly. And the thing that I wanted to say is I can't believe it. Like there is still skepticism about Sony chasing games as a service. And it's like, listen, if you see numbers like this and you look at and we'll talk about it in a little while because we have more Circana data later. And you see what people are playing and you think Sony shouldn't pursue those games, you are out of your fucking mind. Like they look at this stuff and they're like, look what everyone's playing. There are 10 games that 7 out of 10 people that own our console are playing once a month at least. And we don't own any of them. To me, I'm like, that's pretty urgent. I mean, that to me underlines my thesis that I made in a recent episode of SideQuest. It's like, no, Sony has got to continue to chase these games. They need to be more deliberate and they need to be smarter. But I still think a spread shot approach and investing lots of money in it is a good idea. Because they just need to stumble across one of those, and it's about disrupting the status quo. All of those games are going to remain until one of them is disrupted and removed. And we were talking about a week or two ago about PUBG and how it's quietly had its most profitable year. And so it doesn't have to happen out in front. PUBG is not one of the biggest games on PlayStation by a large margin. It's happening on other platforms and other territories and all the rest. But there are different ways to kind of skin a cat, as they say. And when I was reading those numbers, I was like, yeah, this is an ominous situation, but it's something that if Sony wants to survive and thrive, they need to lean into it. And their competitor owns 2 of those games in Microsoft, right? They own Call of Duty and they own Minecraft, which I imagine would be considered a service game at this point, right? Or certainly a game that's eating time. And again, time is currency, is everything. Like the more, we've talked about this in the past and articulated this, like if you can get people to not spend money, but invest just time, and they just stay, then you're hurting every other product. And that might be good enough for you while you're getting to the next step. It's a very dynamic and interesting market on console right now. And I don't know how people can't see it for what it is. That we're going to talk about WB a little bit later. It's like, these are all happening in part. People are like, oh, the CEOs are dumb and the overinvestment. I'm like, yeah, these are all true, bad decisions, personnel issues and all the rest. But there's just also not as much money going to those games anymore. Like the games that we grew up on, the games that we like or whatever, those games are dying. You have to be pretty successful or pretty reasonable in your expectations in order to be successful there. And it's going to be scary for a lot of these studios. And I don't believe the purging has gotten anywhere close to ending. So be more like the 30%. Buy your games. I really believe that. I don't have any problem with people playing free-to-play games and enjoying these games. Enjoy what you want, but I just think it's important to like kind of put your money where your mouth is. And if you're putting your money where your mouth is exclusively on $20 Fortnite skins, then you're going to get that. That's what you're going to get. And it's why it's like what I've said in the past, guys, about like I put solar panels on my house to try to, save money, of course, but also to like mitigate my own footprint, to be like, do something about the climate problem and do something about my own footprint in this world. And I think that if we all pull in a certain direction in the ways we can, things do get better. Like it seems like it's stupid. It's like it's chip damage, but you need a consensus around a certain thing. And then you need to take individual action. And this is why I encourage people to just buy games, and why I often buy games that I don't get to ever. Because I'm like, I just want to do something about this. It sucks. And I think we're going to find a very different, in 5-10 years, I think things are going to look pretty different from the way they do now. I'm not saying that boxed or traditional games are going to go anywhere. I just think that there's going to be a risk aversion and things are going to stagnate. And I'm sad to see it. And I think this really encapsulates that problem. 40% of total playtime on 10 games. On a machine that has, what, 10,000 games? Between
Sure.
PS4 and PS5? Yeah. Not good. It's the haves and have-nots. All right. Niall G wrote in. This is a bit of an esoteric story, but I wanted to cover it because I think it's interesting. Greetings, CDC. It's happened again. Sony is being sued for overpriced games on the PlayStation Store. In 2019, Sony removed the sale of digital codes for games on the PlayStation Store and is accused of artificially inflating the price of digital games. The Dutch company did an analysis and found that digital copies of games in the PlayStation Store are, on average, 47% more expensive than physical editions. My understanding is that digital games should cost less than physical. It's cheaper to produce with no packaging or shipping, so a game like KCD2, so that's Kingdom Come Deliverance 2, shouldn't cost 70 euros on the store when the same game on disc costs 60 euros. What say you? So this comes from a website called Geek-Sided, which we've cited in the past. And they write, Sony faces lawsuit over PlayStation Store prices, what it means for gamers. And they write, quote, in February 2025, Sony Interactive Entertainment faced a class action lawsuit in the Netherlands, alleging that the company has been inflating prices on its PlayStation Store, causing consumers to overpay for digital games and in-game content. The Foundation's research indicates that digital versions of PlayStation games are on average 47% more expensive than their physical counterparts. Digital distribution eliminates the costs associated with manufacturing, packaging, and logistics. However, consumers are still facing higher prices. At the heart of the lawsuit is the accusation that Sony maintains a monopoly over digital game sales for its consoles. Other platforms, including Microsoft's Xbox and Epic Game Stores, allow third-party retailers to sell digital game codes, but Sony restricts digital purchases exclusively to its PlayStation Store. The policy prevents retailers like Amazon and GameStop from offering digital game vouchers, which limits competition and enables Sony to set and maintain higher prices. It's also likely to become even more pronounced as gaming console manufacturers across the board move away from physical media in favor of cloud-based gaming. They're calling this the Sony tax in the lawsuit. Dustin, what are your thoughts on this? Do you think Sony should be bodied for this? And I won't ask us if we think they have a case here because I don't think any of us know Dutch law, but no. What are your thoughts on what's happening?
Yeah, I have found this to be absolutely true. It might have been a few years ago. We talked about the price discrepancy, and I had made like a list at that time comparing like Amazon price for a physical game versus the PlayStation Store, and this happens all the time. The stat in here about games being 40% more expensive than their physical counterpart, I don't know if that's the exact same here, but I would definitely believe that because I've seen this happen on many instances where physical game is just simply much, much cheaper. And I'm not even talking about used games or anything like that. I'm talking about an actual sealed game that you buy from either Amazon, Target, Walmart, whatever. So that's definitely a problem as we head towards a digital future where Sony is the only one controlling the prices. It's not that games are never cheap on PSN. They certainly are. They certainly go on sale quite regularly, but certain games that when they are at just their retail value, it's like, what is going on here? And it is interesting that, you know, the sale of digital codes being involved in this as well. I knew that was the case, that they didn't do that. But I'm less familiar with that whole market in general, but it's definitely annoying. And I think a huge plus for physical games is just to compete with digital games in terms of pricing, because like I said, I see this all the time.
What are your thoughts, Chris?
Yeah, I mean, the thing that I guess perked my ears about this was, I guess, the codes being involved, because I didn't really, I don't know if I paid attention to that. I bought a couple of games like a long time ago through codes on like Amazon, and I can't remember exactly which ones they were. But that was back when I was primarily an Xbox user. And I think at some point I went to look for a code on Amazon for a PS5 game, and I guess I couldn't find it. And I was like, oh, I guess they just don't do that anymore. Like, I assumed that was just something that stopped. I didn't know it was like PlayStation specifically doesn't do that.
Mm.
And so I just never looked back about it. I was like, all right, I guess I'll just buy them on the store, I guess. But that being, and again, I don't know Dutch law, but like that's kind of compelling, at least from just like a layman kind of fairness perspective, it's like, yeah, what is that? What is that about? That's weird. Like if everybody else is fine with doing that, but you're kind of not, and it is leading to some fuckery with the pricing of even new titles. I could see that being a compelling argument.
Yeah, I'm of two minds with it because I think it's compelling too if you take it to its logical conclusion. Because it's like I was thinking, like my fridge is a Whirlpool or whatever, and I can buy filters like water filters from Whirlpool, or I can buy filters on Amazon, and they're all branded the same, I think too, and they sell them in both places, and then they'll work in your fridge regardless of where you buy them from, and you can kind of price it out from there. So I part of me is like, that is the logical conclusion. Like that is the argument about kind of giving people that kind of choice, even if you have, it's like right to repair stuff as well. Like there's
exactly. Yeah.
So I get that argument. On the other hand, it's like, I kind of understand what Sony is doing in that, not that I think it's like consumer friendly, but because it's certainly not, but whether it's legal or not, it's like, yeah, we have a closed garden. The point of sale is the digital marketplace, like, and we price that based on value and maybe even the price of convenience. Like you could argue, in other words, they can make an argument being like, yeah, it's cheaper in premise to upload this package, but what about the price of convenience? What about the cost of all the things we have to do to maintain our systems to make that even possible? Which is why I think this thing gets a little bit more nebulous, but I still am of the mind that you can draw to its logical conclusion that there should be multiple ways to be able to buy these games, and that we've brought it up in the past, but people might not remember a subtle thing about the Vita when it launched many years ago, 13 years ago now, is the digital games were cheaper, like nominally cheaper than the physical games.
Yeah.
At least in the beginning, I feel like you got $5. I feel like something like Uncharted was like $44.99, but if you bought it in a box, it was $50. And they were experimenting with that sort of thing, and I guess it never really went anywhere. And obviously, it's going to be pretty detrimental to them. I do understand it though. In some sense, it's like, okay, we have a digital game, and then Amazon gets to undercut the price to access the game on our system. It's confusing, but I generally believe that things should just be more accessible. So I'll be really interested to see where this goes. At least give people that level of customization, but it might cost them a lot of money to do that too. And the competition is acting differently, so there must be a reason why. So it's something to keep an eye on.
Something worth pointing out too, I think we talked about this, I didn't think of it, is that I think this is specifically a problem outside of the United States more than anything else. Specifically, I remember in Japan, someone I talked to there was telling me that digital games are always, maybe not always, but consistently more expensive than going to a retail store and buying it, even on launch day. Someone on Reddit, because I was looking at a page about this, that's also might be the case in Australia as well. So I'm curious for our global audience, are your digital games more expensive on launch day than going to a retail store? It seems like that might be the case in certain places.
All right. We'll keep an eye on that, see how that evolves over the months to come. Over at VGC, a lot of people are reporting on this, but Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 3 and 4 has been raided in Singapore. So this is very much real. We know, as we discussed last week, that there's been a tease of some sort of Tony Hawk announcement from Microsoft, I guess it would be, which would be March 4th, 2025. So by the time this podcast goes live, we'll be just days away from this announcement. So we'll talk about it next week in more earnest. But Tony Hawk's Pro Skater in 3 and 4 were both PlayStation 2 games. The first one, or 3, came out 2001 in the fall, and then the second one, so 3 came out in 2001, 4 came out in 2002, almost a year apart to the date. And people are really excited about this. I mean, of course, as we discussed, Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 1 and 2 remaster or remake launched back in 2020. So it's been almost 5 years, and people were wondering if these were next. These are beloved games as well, and it looks like they are next. So what are our thoughts? We had talked a little bit about this last week, Dustin, but do you have anything you'd like to add? And we'll of course, we'll announce it more properly next week.
Yeah, I'm super excited about this, especially just because when the Activision deal happened or something, at some point, it seemed like these games were coming from the team that did the 1+2 remake. And then when things changed, that team got put up. Was that Toys for Bob or?
Yeah, well, I think it was Toys for Bob. I was going to say
so.
Vicarious Visions, but that's not right.
It might be that. It's one of those Activision teams. It sounded like they were going to do it, and then it was like, no, it's Call of Duty time. All these teams are getting put on Call of Duty.
Yeah,
So
it was Vicarious Visions.
Okay.
Yeah.
Right. So it was sad because it felt like, man, we were so close, especially for me as a big fan of Tony Hawk Pro Skater 3. It sucked since it seemed like the first one was great, the first remake. So to have this dream come back is very exciting. I don't know if Vicarious Visions is the one doing this one.
No, it's according to the Singaporean rating, it's Iron Galaxy that's doing it.
Ooh.
Which is a typically a port and support studio with a checkered past, but some good stuff for sure.
Hopefully
Killer Instinct was they did Killer Instinct, right? That was pretty big, and a few other things, but yeah, I'm looking here on their recent, like they worked on The Last of Us Part 2 remastered and The Last of Us Part 1 and Metroid Prime remastered, and they did support for Apex Legends, and so they've done a bunch of random shit.
The reason why I kind of winced when you said Iron Galaxy, I was trying to remember why. They did the Last of Us Part 1 port with the blackface Joel.
Oh, yeah.
And the wet characters.
Classic.
So not necessarily a stellar track
yeah, specifically
record.
Last of Us Part 1 and Part 2 work was for the PC versions. Yeah.
Yeah.
And they did the port of Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 1 and 2 for PC.
Right. So, yeah, so there's a little bit of skepticism. I guess not skepticism, reservation. I remember when Tony Hawk Pro Skater 5 came out, and that hurt deeply. So I hope this is great. Hopefully it's of the same quality of the last ones, but I'm very much looking forward to seeing more.
Yeah, I'm looking here. They really seem to be focused entirely recently on PC and Switch. They haven't released anything outside of those since 2018, which is fascinating, but this will be something they do now. And so, yeah, we'll keep an eye on it. Anything you want to add, Chris? Pro Skater 3 and 4?
Yeah, I mean, no, I hope it's good. Vicarious Visions did such a good job on the first two, and to be fair, 2 is the one that I remember from my childhood the most. I don't remember playing that much of 3 or
3
4.
and 4 don't have a place with me like 1 and 2 do at all.
Yeah, it was 2 for me that I really adored, and so being able to play that was like really great. 3, I'll probably check it out, although I'm just kind of inherently less interested in it, just from the perspective of just like, well, I didn't grow up with this necessarily. But I'm happy to see these games just brought forward again in any capacity. This is what I think it was in one of the previous episodes. I can't remember exactly if it was a constellation or if it was a sacred symbols or whatever. But like I mentioned that we are in the golden age of like accessibility as far as like access to all sorts of generations and genres. And it's a great thing to have the classic lineage of these games available and playable on modern hardware. And that will presumably move forward with us. That's awesome stuff.
I agree. And I'll be interested to see the soundtrack stuff with this as well. They were so Vicarious Visions and Activision were so successful in recompiling the Tony Hawk Pro Skater 1 and 2 soundtracks. I think they got everything but 4 songs or something. I wonder if they'll be able to do the same for this, because there are some fucking bangers on all of these. And like when I had like when I played Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 1 and I heard Here and Now by the Ernies, I had like a fucking meltdown of like nostalgia. I was like, oh my God, I fucking love this song. All right. So we'll have probably a proper announcement of that next week where we can talk about it for 3 weeks in a row. All right. 2 more quick things here. Bloober Team, the Polish studio with a checkered past, as we were saying earlier, of checkered pasts, but that worked on and released with Konami as a publisher, Silent Hill 2 Remake very successfully. I thought that game was awesome. They announced that they are going to continue their collaboration. They wrote in a press release on Bloober Team's website, quote, Bloober Team, the Polish masters of horror, and the Japanese giant Konami Digital Entertainment are continuing their partnership, announcing the signing of a new agreement for a joint project. Following the massive success of the remake of one of the most highly anticipated psychological horror games, Silent Hill 2, the developer's now focusing on a new game based on Konami's IP. So nothing much more here other than, saying how great Silent Hill 2 was and that they're excited to work with each other here. Now, we have a write-in about this from Ryan Harvey, who says, "Hey, CDC, how do you all feel about the Bloober Team cross Konami announcement? I have seen speculation that this Project G may be a reference to Gillespie, a character from Silent Hill 1. I am very enthusiastic to see news. I loved Silent Hill 2. What do you think, Dustin? Do you think that so we know it's a Konami IP. It would be, I don't know that it would be that weird for them to work on something else. They're horror people, so maybe Castlevania would be very attractive, but why wouldn't you keep them with Silent Hill? So we already are getting the new Silent Hill game, Silent Hill F or whatever, from a different team. Why not let these guys continue to remake the old ones? What are your thoughts?
Yeah, I agree. Silent Hill 2 was so much better than I expected. Changed my entire perspective on Bloober Team itself. So I'd love to see them remake another one. Silent Hill 1 would be cool. I played that game a few years ago for the first time. Honestly, I don't really remember it all that much. If I had a preference, I would love for it to be Silent Hill 3, which I haven't played, but the experience of playing Silent Hill 2, the original, and then being able to jump into the remake was a really cool experience. So I would love to do that again, play the original Silent Hill 3, and then go into the remake of it. I think that would be awesome. And I know a lot of people really love Silent Hill 3 specifically. So I want to check that game out. That would be my overall preference.
What are your thoughts, Chris? More Silent Hill? Does that strike you?
Yeah. If they're doing remakes, I think they're good. I think they're in a good space. Because I think, like I said with Silent Hill 2, it's just like I think they're really good at crafting atmosphere. I just don't think they have landed their original IP or their original games with, as far as like writing and everything else. But if they're working on an established blueprint that people expect and that works already, like I think it's kind of like a no-brainer kind of shoe-in type situation. So let them cook in their wheelhouse as much as they possibly can. Yeah, put them on the remakes. Why not? I feel like you really only have something to lose if you put them on something else, I think, because they haven't really proven themselves in that capacity quite yet.
Yeah,
it's possible, but
I agree. Like, this is good for both of them, just in continuing Silent Hill, in that there's already a lot of systemic knowledge. Like, they've built themselves up and know the lore now, know the world. Not that the games are necessarily always interconnected, because they're not, but I just feel like they're in a good pocket now, and you want to stay there and let other people deal with the other IP. I mean, there are a few things I want to say. Is like, first of all, shout out to Konami. Like, I'm really rooting for them. I want Konami to make some sort of come back and be relevant again in a bigger way. And it starts with these old IP like Silent Hill and Castlevania and everything else and Contra and whatever. But ultimately, I hope it gets to even new stuff. Like, I would love to see something new from Konami to start adding to that lineage. And I think that they kind of get it a little bit better now. It makes me a little bit more bullish about things that they've been working on. And I'm really excited for Metal Gear Solid Delta. Like, I really am really looking forward to that a lot. And so I'm going to be all over that. So I wanted to say that about Konami. Shout out to them. Dustin, you had brought up Bloober. Like, I definitely have a lot more respect for them now. It's as I've said and articulated before, I don't think they deserved the benefit of the doubt. And I'm glad that they proved us wrong, but I don't think there was anything in their history that indicated that they were capable of making something like Silent Hill 2. And I think a lot of that comes from the inborn capabilities that they had, probably funded by a more patient and moneyed publisher than what they're used to working with, or self-funding, where you kind of have to go and get things out.
Yeah.
So I think they were just given time and resources, and they've nailed down a little bit of a cadence for themselves now where they can make something new and something exciting. So I agree. Silent Hill 2 Remake was great. Like, really, really fucking good. I loved it. I platinumed it. I got all the endings. I thought it was great. So
one thing about this that I do find interesting is that, like, because they did have that weird relationship, right?
Right. Like they had beef. Yeah.
Yeah. They seem to be going forward, I guess, with, I don't know, just an understanding or something, because, like, I remember them being weirdly kind of, I don't want to say adversarial. That might be too hyperbolic, but they felt like they were at odds at times before Silent Hill 2 released.
Yeah, what Chris is referencing is that, like, Bloober was vocally not happy with the way Konami was showing the game, and thought that it was, like, really underselling it, and they were right, unless that was literally the condition the game was in at that time. But I remember when we saw the first gameplay and the first trailer, I was like, yeah, this is fine. I didn't expect that it was like going to be anything special, but I thought that the game was frankly extraordinarily good. Loved it, especially on PS5 Pro.
Yeah,
because it dealt with all of that lighting. The game does have serious lighting problems, or it did. But all right, one more small piece of news. I thought this was interesting, and I wanted to share this. This comes from our friends over at Push Square. Sammy Barker writes, Black Myth Wukong sold a humongous number of copies on PS5. So here's how he breaks it down. He says, quote, Black Myth Wukong may just have been the most important PS5 console exclusive of 2024, and it wasn't even supposed to be. And he says, well, I guess I'll read the rest of it. While some sections of the media still insist Sony signed a secret deal with developer Game Science to exclude the Xbox Series X and S release, there's never been any evidence to support this hypothesis. Thank you for doubling down on this, Sammy, because it's like a complete conspiracy theory at this point. Either way, new comments from co-founder Yang Qi reveal that around 30% of the release's sales were purchased internationally. Analyst group Nico Partners pegs the total sales at approximately 25 million units, meaning roughly 7.5 million copies were bought outside of China. That's a remarkable success. Even more impressively, Nico Partners Director of Research and Insights Daniel Ahmad pegged PS5 share of the sales at a little over 20%, meaning about 5 million copies have been sold on Sony system alone. That's truly remarkable, end quote. So thank you for that story, Push Square. 5 million copies, Dustin. A Black Myth on PS5. Huge sales for a PS5 game. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, this game was definitely I expected it to be successful based on the hype leading around launch, but this game really connected with a lot of people. Ended up getting a Game of the Year nomination and probably winning some from other outlets. But cool to see a game from China be this successful, be of this quality. I played, I don't know, maybe 5 hours of it. I liked it, but didn't love it. And I think that for a lot of people that, I'm in the minority opinion, but good for them. Excited to see what they do next.
Did you play it, Chris? Black Myth?
Yeah, I played it for a good 15 hours, and it's good, but it's one of those like aggressively decent kind of games. Like it was fine. I didn't find a reason to keep going. I'm glad people enjoyed it. I'm glad it's successful because it's by no means a bad game. I couldn't really connect with it. But I also don't connect with games for like very strange. Like to me, the whole I'm a monkey man, but I can't climb anything really bothered me. Like it bothered me the whole time. It felt because I felt more agile in like Elden Ring, where you're kind of not supposed to be, than I did in Black Myth Wukong, a game about a super powered acrobatic monkey. It just felt weird, but it was fine. It was entirely decent.
All right. Well,
Colin.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Good.
Can I add a news story?
No.
Is this legal?
Yeah, it's authorized. Yeah.
I saw this earlier. This is a PlayStation published game that has a release date coming out now. Midnight Murder Club.
Oh, I didn't see this. Oh, I see.
This was just I saw it on the PlayStation blog when we were there earlier.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yes.
It's coming out early access March 13th for PlayStation 5 and Steam. This is from Velen Studios. I played the beta a few months back. Absolutely loved it. I had a fantastic time with it. It's a multiplayer game that you play in the dark. And so when you have your flashlight on, you become visible to the other players in the map. Also has proximity chat in it. So you can hear like muffled voices going around in other rooms. It's absolutely hilarious. A fantastic time in the beta. I'm assuming this will be just as good. It's $20, cross-play, cross-progression. And one of the interesting things here about the story is that they're doing a guest pass edition. Assumingly will be more money, but you'll be able to give access to 5 friends the game.
Oh, cool.
So I will be buying, I'm assuming I'm going to buy the guest pass edition. So Locke and Ben and Brad, Brandon, all my boys that I play with, my treat, boys. I'll buy the guest pass edition and we'll play this game. But I wanted to shout it out just because I thought this game looked lame when they announced it. The idea of a shooter you play in the dark sounds kind of dumb. And I played it and it was excellent. And the relationship with Sony is really interesting because it's definitely being published by PlayStation. They're connected to it somehow, but they're not really pushing it like it's one of their, like a full second party type game. So interesting situation, but I want to shout it out because of how much fun I had with the beta.
I think it's funny, man, because I think it sounds like playing in the dark sounds stupid until you see the execution with the flashlights and revealing yourself. I think it's a fucking really cool idea. I don't play these kinds of games. I'm not going to play this kind of game, but it sounds like something truly new. I've never heard of anything like this in my life, and that's that's exceedingly rare. So
yeah,
I'm happy for them. What I wonder about this before we move on to you, Chris, and get your opinion is, because I'm reading here about the guest pass. Says, quote, to put it simply, if one person buys the game, they can invite up to 5 guest pass edition players to play together for no additional cost in public or private matches in all current game modes as much as you want, end quote. So the person with the guest pass will be tethered to you, right? Playing.
Sure.
I would assume, which makes sense, but I'm just trying to understand, because it would be pretty crazy if they were just like, give it away. Like, try to just give it away and just populate the fuck out of this thing. Which is dangerous, but I was just thinking that could be another option. Chris, what are your thoughts here on Midnight Murder Club?
Yeah, it is one of those things where, like, I remember they showed it off and they had the kind of planned banter between players, kind of showcasing, which, like, I know is cheesy. I kind of like it. There's something cute about it. I don't know, because that really is the only way that you can showcase what that game is. Like, because just showing gameplay of it, I don't think really sells, especially if the game hinges on proximity chat. You kind of do have to, showcase that, whether it's written or authentic or whatever. But I just remember kind of being confused by the premise. I thought it was like a neat idea, but kind of one that you'd throw out in a pitch meeting and then you'd work on it for a little while before realizing it just doesn't work, But apparently it worked enough to get to this point, and I am curious about it. I really can't fathom how it works or how it would come together in a way that's fun. So, like, I'm definitely going to check this out. Again, not only just because it sounds, like you said, Colin, exceedingly rare, as just like an interesting idea, but also just from a selfish, like, curious perspective where, like, I don't understand how you would even begin designing this in a way that would be satisfactory. So I really want to check it out. But yeah, so was that March
13th for early access, PS5 and PC, I assume.
Mm-hmm.
And $19.99.
That's not bad at all.
Yeah, which I don't. I have a tweet up and not the post anymore, but I'm assuming the guest pass edition means that will be more expensive than $20, but they didn't detail that.
Yeah.
Like how much that edition will be.
What do you think a fair price for that would be?
Oh, actually, it says here, the full version of the game will be available in early access for $19.99 or equivalent in your region, and the Guest Pass edition will be launching on the same day for no additional cost.
What?
Wow, what? Why?
It's probably to draw people in immediately. I bet you that's something that's timed, but they're not saying it.
I'm guessing the way it might operate is like the like It Takes Two or A Way Out or something, where there's like a free SKU of it that you can download. That's that someone then can invite you through that. That's crazy. The way that was worded initially, maybe it's just the Wario tweet that I have up, made it sound like someone would be paying a little extra, but looks like one person spend $20 and you can play with all your friends. That's
I kind of would have assumed that the guest pass, especially if it's for as many players as would fill a lobby, I wouldn't have been surprised to have seen like maybe like even 60, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, why not? But I guess that's a really appealing price point, man. Like, that's like, I feel like I owe it to myself to buy this just on principle on some level.
Yeah, they probably want to capture people and then maybe sell them more things later. And it is in early access. Maybe the price goes up later. But yeah, it is interesting. The full version of the game will be available in early access for $20, and the Guest Pass edition will be launching on the same day for no additional cost. So yeah, it probably is a different package.
Yeah.
Okay. So Midnight Murder Club, March 13th. Sounds really cool. I got to admit, it sounds like it's going to get pretty hardcore.
Dude, we were laughing so hard playing this game because there's an element it's not a horror game, but when you're creeping around in the dark and you're like, oh shit, they're in that room, let's be quiet and sneak up on them. And then just, chaos, of course. You have to play it with the in-game chat. Like, you're going to ruin it with party chat, kind of like Lethal Company or something. Got to use the in-game chat.
Yeah, I'm glad proximity chat is becoming more of a more of a thing. Because I remember when it was first introduced, like in like big games, like in the mid 2000s. I remember Halo 2 had it, and I remember being like, "This is so cool," and then it just never really came back. And I was just like, "What the hell is that? This is such a cool idea. What's going on? Like, why are we just not doing this?" And it seems to have been making like a massive comeback in recent years. So that makes me happy. Proximity chat is dope.
And by the way, Midnight Murder Club is a great name. Really nice.
Yeah. You know what it reminds me of, Colin? It reminds me of Monday Night Combat.
Yeah, exactly. And you know how I feel about that name. I think
good name.
It's a fucking Monday Night Combat is always, when I first heard that, I was like, that is a great name for a game. You know, like, oh.
Yeah. It's a good game too, as far as I remember. I remember enjoying it.
I've never named, well, no, that's not true. I named Tribreaker, but I've never really named any of our games. And it's hard to come up with something good. A lot of the shit sucks. We make fun of it all the time. So to come up with something like Monday Night Combat or Midnight Murder Club, come on, man. That's good shit. All right. Let's get into what we're playing, my friends.
Sure.
Dustin, well, you know what? I'll go first real quick. I played Turbo Overkill. I beat it. It's awesome. I don't really have anything else to say about it. I highly recommend it. It's $20. Boomer shooter in the PS2 aesthetic, maybe late PS2 aesthetic, late PS2 aesthetic. I don't really know. And it's really, really fun, hardcore. Check it out. Nothing else to say about it, though. So I go quick there. Chris, let's go to you. It says you're playing Avowed still.
Yeah, so still sticking with it. I will say I've put less time into video games this week in general. I've been busy on just figuring out a bunch of stuff, planning some stuff for friends and bachelor party and stuff like that. But I'm about like 40 hours in. I'm in like the third area, and I do have to say, like, this is another one. This is one of those games again where it's just like, it's good, but I'm kind of feeling like I don't know if I necessarily care to see the ending of this, which is unfortunate, but I do feel it. I think I'm going to push through just because I feel like I'm just at that point where I've already put so much hours into it anyway, and it can't be that long. It's an Obsidian game. They're like not notoriously, but they're famously like very digestible. So I might just mainline the rest of it. The combat's still good, but like it's just kind of like there's so many games that I could play for combat that are more robust than this, that feel as good. So it's becoming less and less appealing as time goes on. Not bad, just like it's very much a Black Myth Wukong kind of situation, I guess, in the sense that like this is entirely satisfactory, but not much else. It doesn't really have. And I was really looking for things too, like outside of the combat, to really glom onto. Like I was maybe like, is there maybe like a soundtrack here that's exceptional? And the answer is like, not really. Are there vocal performances here that are great? And not particularly. So it's just kind of okay. And I'm at a point where I'm a little tired of it, but I'll keep going. I think I'm just gonna mainline the main missions and put it behind me. Get back to KCD2 because I am really curious about seeing what that game is.
Yeah, no, Micah's almost done with it. I think she's playing the shit out of that game. Yeah. Avowed never really looked very good to me, to be honest. I think when it comes to PlayStation 5, that's going to be a skip for me. But we'll see when the time comes. I don't think I'm going to check it out. I think I'd be more likely to play Starfield actually than I would be to play Avowed.
Yeah.
All right. Well, fair enough. Dustin, let's move over to you. You have two games you talked about last week, but a new edition as well that I think looks very good. But it's not available on PlayStation yet. So talk to us about it.
Yeah, well, I'm still playing Ace Attorney, and this is probably the last time I'll talk about it. Just wanted to emphasize, I just beat the third case of the game, which of those of you know is the Steel Samurai. And this is where the game really gets going, because I feel like the first two cases are very... I'm like introducing you to characters, introducing you how the game works. And this is the kind of like the first full meaty case. And as I play it more, I like it more and more. It has such like the characters in it are genuinely really funny. Like this game is made me laugh out loud a few different times. And Colin, I'm curious what you think about this. The soundtrack.
Mm-hmm.
Did it stick out to you at all?
Yeah, it's good.
I'm like, man, the soundtrack, like even just the game, there's a specific song that plays when you go to see someone when they're in holding in prison. and it's like really dark. And I'm like, wow, this game, the soundtrack, it's not like one of those games that has, oh, the soundtrack's good. It's serviceable for an anime game about being an attorney. I'm like, these tracks are actually pretty memorable in here. So really enjoying it. Love it. Excited to play more. I'm a little intimidated. I'm having thoughts of like, am I going to play every game in the Ace Attorney series, which is, I think, over 10 at this point, because there's
there's like Miles Edgeworth and what's the other guy's name? I can't think of it.
I don't know him, so I don't know his name.
Justice.
Apollo Justice. What a name.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's his games, there's the Edgeworth games, and then there's the Great Ace Attorney. Those are the
right. Like,
ones.
I've never played those.
Yeah. So we'll see how far I go in my Ace Attorney journey, but I just wanted to emphasize how great this is. And I'm sure the PS4 HD versions are great, but it feels right at home on the DS or 3DS. Though originally, of course, on the GBA, but I recommend playing them there if you have the means.
Dude, Apollo Justice is such a funny character.
He's got like a big, like his hair sticks up in the front, right?
Yeah, he's got like the cool like little red like vest on. He's a really and like the huge like bird hair. Mm-hmm. Yeah, he's cool. That was the last one I played. Was one of the I guess Apollo Justice Ace Attorney. When did this come out? 2008. Yeah, I definitely played this. Yeah, good shit, man. I'm glad that you're enjoying those because I really do like those games a lot.
Yeah. The next one, I took a few weeks off of talking about this, and I'll keep it brief, but I'm still, this whole time, I've been playing Civilization 7, and I mainly put in here, I have to brag, that I beat a game on Deity.
That's the hardest
difficulty. The hardest difficulty.
Yeah.
Now,
nice.
I withheld a little bit of information when I posted this on Twitter, so you're going to get the honest truth. When I originally played through, I lost, but barely lost. And partially was because I didn't fully understand what I could do with a game mechanic. I had a game saved at the beginning of the third age, which is the final age. So I just reloaded that. And then with my new knowledge that I had learned about how to play the game, went through it again, and I won.
That's acceptable, I think. Those games are too long to not be able to... I understand having a hardcore, like, this is the way it's going to go, and it's... Because I know people turn off autosaves and do shit like that. I was reading a lot about all that stuff. Is like people get really hardcore into it, like where there's just nothing you can do about it if you fuck up. But yeah, I appreciate that. I totally respect that. Yeah. And honestly, the Deity difficulty, in the beginning, my main goal when I started it was like, I just want to survive. Because I'm worried about other civs being hyper aggressive, the city states being aggressive, and they absolutely were. I spent the first, maybe it was the first or second age, one of them I spent almost entirely at war defending myself the entire age, which I didn't even feel like I did anything wrong. I just apparently settled a little bit too close. So I was able to successfully defend myself. It really changed how I had to play the game. And then the last age, all peace, but it was a race against the clock against someone else that was trying to build the space race victory. So really fun playing on the hardest difficulty. I'm not going to do that every time because like I was saying, it really is a fight for survival at certain points. But I absolutely love this game. I've talked about it endlessly on episodes. My personal opinion is that the mixed response, and in some points, very negative response is not warranted. I think this game is fantastic. It has some problems. They've already worked out a decent amount of them. But if you've never played a Civ game before, this is a great starting point. Or if you've played other Civ games, you're going to get a lot of out of this because of how different it is. So my advice, ignore the haters because this game is excellent. And jump in now. There's no reason to wait. Last game, Star of Providence. This is the new Big Mode game, which is, of course, Donkey's publisher. Check this out. I think last week is when I picked it up, like shortly after Sacred Symbols. And this is a twin stick shooter that is a roguelike. One of the unique parts of it is that the actual gameplay area is a square. So there's nothing on the side of your screen, and the top is like your info and stuff, like how many lives you have and stuff. It looks like, I'm sorry, I was muted. It looks like an arcade machine, like an arcade shooter setup. Yeah.
Right. Yeah. So one of the things, I mean, where do I want to go with this? The gameplay is excellent. Like super great controls. There's like a dash ability. You're going and exploring procedurally generated maps where what's cool is that when you explore a square, normally you have multiple options to go to. So you decide on a different direction you want to go on. Once you've explored that, you can hit, I believe it's L1, and then you can teleport anywhere on the map you've already been. So there's no annoying backtracking when you're going and exploring. You can just boom, boom. Once you've been there, you can teleport back. This game, I'm finding, is insanely tough, partially because I'm just not very good at it. I'm curious what other people's experience has been. You have basically 10 hearts at the beginning, and gaining new hearts is pretty rare. At the end of a level, you have an option to heal 2 hearts or to increase your damage by 5%. And this is always the hardest decision because I'm at 5 out of 10 hearts, and it's like I know myself. This could all be over in an instant if I don't play well. So there's times where I've healed myself, and then like I fucking suck. It's taking forever to kill certain enemies. So I'm finding the thing that I'm frustrated with, and again, I think this is a me problem and not a problem with the game for people who like these games, is that in between each run, I am not experiencing enough like overall general progress that I'm getting frustrated. There's a shop before you start the run where you can buy things, and I've done a bunch of runs and I still can't. There's like a few things I can buy, but they're not the things I want. I want to buy the sword because a spaceship with a sword that slashes things sounds amazing.
Naturally.
I want to buy that.
Definitely.
And I still can't. I have a few more runs to do before I can do that. Like I said, the slow progress partially probably is because I suck, but also normally there's other roguelike games where it's you do a few runs and you really feel like you can make progress towards your overall character to get you further. Feels a little slow in this one. So there's a lot of cool aspects of it though. Like there's different environmental things you can do. Like there'll be ice hanging in certain stages. So you shoot the ice, they'll land on enemies. There's different portals in certain sections where you can shoot through the portals at different things. And dude, the music, fantastic. Absolutely stellar, classic chiptune music. So if you like twin stick shooters, there's going to be something here for you. The roguelike elements, maybe or maybe not, depending on your interests. But currently it's only available on Steam and Switch, but surely I would imagine that it's going to come to PlayStation as well in the future.
Why does it say on Steam that it came out in 2017?
I saw that and I don't know. I did not look into it, so I can look now. But yeah, it was...
I thought that was even like auto-generated. I don't think that's even a field like for us on Steam when we release our games there. I wonder if this is like built on an old object that was like made a long time ago. I was curious about that when I went there and I looked. But I got to say, dude, the game looks great. I saw it bouncing around the last week or so, and I was like, yeah, this is awesome. But I was surprised that it's only on Switch and PC. Like, why wouldn't you release it more widely? I was wondering, like, is there some sort of there was this is a very obscure reference, but there was a game on Vita called Sunflowers. Do you remember this game? And it had you hold the Vita 90 degrees sideways when you played it.
Sunflower. That sounds so familiar.
And I
remember a game doing that.
I was wondering if this is the reason why it's on Switch. Is there some way to hold it sideways and play it that way so it fits like an arcade machine? That's the only reason I was thinking. I was like, why not just release it everywhere otherwise? So hopefully they do. I'm sure they will, but I'll wait until it comes to PlayStation. But yeah, it looks great. I'll definitely buy it. It's $13.49 right now on Steam. So
yeah, that's where I bought it. And I've been playing it on Steam Deck. It's been running great there. I mostly have played with the Steam Deck dock, which has been, so I'm just playing it like with a PlayStation controller on Steam.
What do you think about the stuff going on recently about Steam Deck sales? Have you seen this about how many units it sold? And
it's like pretty low.
People being surprised by that. I don't think it's surprising at all. It's what I keep saying. I think it's like 3.7 million or something. People keep saying like, wow, that's so low. I'm like, not really. I mean, I keep telling people, I'm like, we're in a very overexposed environment where we feel like like no one gives a shit about this kind of stuff. Like they don't. Like
Yeah.
it's us that cares about this sort of thing. And also you can only buy it, I think, on Steam, right?
Yep.
So it's not
Yeah,
even like
no
available
retail,
if you go to Best Buy or something. They'd probably sell millions more if they did that. But
Yeah. They might be retail. I feel like I saw one retail in Japan, but certainly in the US it is, I believe, only on Steam. So, or that you can buy a Steam Deck. So yeah, it feels low in comparison to other consoles, but you're right. It's the bubble effect. And honestly, if you think about it, with it only being on Steam, it's kind of impressive that they've been able to sell that many. I'm curious if they ever put it in retail, how much that would affect their sales and if they're thinking about that.
yeah, I wonder why they don't. I mean, obviously they'll make more money not doing that.
Right.
But is it even I wonder if it's an engagement machine for them too. So you'd think that they would be happy to proliferate it. But yeah, I wasn't so surprised by that. That's just an aside. I was curious since it came up. But yeah, Star of Providence looks great. And really looking forward to checking it out on PlayStation, hopefully, in the future. I'm glad you're enjoying Civ 7 as well. I'm not going to get to it anytime soon, but it does. I do feel like what I'm seeing, that some of the hate about, I'm like, what do you... Like, I haven't played it, so I don't want to speak too personally about it, but it's like, damn, dude, everyone just seems so intent on hating everything. It's probably very difficult to put a game like Civilization out, though, because as I recall, everyone hated Civ 5 and Civ 6 as well. So...
Yep. I think it's worth saying that the UI issues, which they've already fixed a decent amount of them, if I remember back when Civ 6 launched, it did feel like this had more problems at launch than those previous games. But I think I mentioned last week, or maybe the week before, they updated it 3 times the first week that it came out, and there's already been other updates as well. So they're really working hard on this. And even so, I feel like the base version was really not that bad. So I don't know that I don't understand the hate other than people not liking the changes. And of course, if you don't like the changes, you just don't like them, and to each their own. But I find the changes refreshing.
It's a banner year for Take-Two, as we were saying, between Civ, Borderlands, and then Grand Theft Auto. And potentially Judas. Although I doubt it at this point, unfortunately.
Yeah.
God, Ken, let's go. It's been 12 years since BioShock Infinite. I'm getting impatient, and it looks so good. It looks so good. I want to play it so bad. All right, that's what we were playing. All right, my friends, it's time to get into the news. We have 3 news items this week, bigger news items. We'll get through at least one of them before I go. We'll leave the other 2 to you guys to disseminate. But this first one is a big one. I wrote a lot about it, so sit back. Let's get into it. Number 1, after seemingly years of floundering, once vaunted publisher Warner Brothers Games is experiencing studio closures, game cancellations, and mass layoffs. News was first revealed via reporting from Bloomberg, which was later confirmed by a statement from WB Games itself. Here's what the statement says in part, quote, "We've had to make some very difficult decisions to structure our development studios and investments around building the best games possible with our key franchises, Harry Potter, Mortal Kombat, DC, and Game of Thrones. After careful consideration, we are closing 3 of our development studios, Monolith Productions, Player First Games, and WB Games San Diego. This is a strategic change in direction and not a reflection of these teams or the talent that consists within them. The development of Monolith's Wonder Woman video game will also not move forward," end quote. So let's try to put this all into context, starting with the biggest news, which is that Monolith is shutting down and that its struggling Wonder Woman game is being put on the shelf. Monolith Productions is located in Washington State and was founded in the early 90s. It was purchased by WB Games in 2004 upon the founding of the WB Games publishing label itself, and the studio hit mainstream success with the likes of its FPS series Fear and the FPS series Condemned, which both began in 2005, and interestingly were published by Vivendi and Sega respectively even after WB acquired the team. The original Fear, as you may recall, was originally tethered to PC and then came to Xbox 360 in 2006. It didn't arrive on PlayStation 3 until 2007. It was followed by Fear 2 Project Origin in 2009, this time published by WB Games and developed by Monolith. The third Fear game, Fear 3, was published by WB Games in 2011, though it was developed by Day One Studios, which is today part of the expansive wargaming studio team working on World of Tanks. As for Condemned, the original Xbox 360 As for Condemned, the original game, subtitled Criminal Origins, never saw release on a PlayStation platform, and indeed was an Xbox 360 launch game in 2005. Its sequel, 2008's Bloodshot, did indeed come to PS3, however. In the 2010s, Monolith got completely sucked into the world of Lord of the Rings. where it delivered 3 games in sequence, 2 of them beloved. In 2012, they launched the MOBA Guardians of Middle-earth on PS3. I totally forgot about that game before I was researching this, by the way. But in 2014, they launched the first of 2 well-received Tolkien games. Middle-earth Shadow of Mordor came to PS3 and PS4 in 2014 and was followed by Middle-earth Shadow of War, launching on PS4 in 2017. Since then, Monolith failed to put out a game of any kind. In the background, the studio was toiling away on a Wonder Woman game that first entered production after Shadow of War, but which was only officially announced in 2021. Rumors state that this game was deeply troubled and rebooted behind the scenes, and now WB sees no need to continue forward with it. As the statement therefore notes, the Wonder Woman game is canceled. But sadder yet is that Monolith Productions I'm sorry, I can't read today. But sadder yet is that Monolith Productions is going along with it. It's worth noting that the industry has 2 companies colloquially called Monolith, the other being Monolith Soft, the Nintendo-owned RPG studio that was at one time owned by Bandai Namco before being purchased by Nintendo outright in 2007. The Xenosaga and Xenoblade studio is still very much alive. As for the other 2 studios being closed, we can talk about them a little more briefly. Player First Studios was the team responsible for the fighting game Multiverses, which was in beta in 2022 and 2023, and which was properly launched on both PS4 and PS5 in 2024. What's weird about this closure is that WB literally just bought this team outright in the summer of 2024 after Multiverses launches, meaning something changed seriously behind the scenes. Multiverses was already scheduled to be delisted at the end of this May, though as we reported at the time, you'll be able to play it offline after that date. The third and final closed team, WB Games San Diego, was founded in 2019 and nebulously, quote, creating the next generation of high-quality cross-platform games that bring iconic and beloved characters to life, end quote. That was on their website. They had never released anything on the banner, and it's likely they were in. Why can't I read today?
Are you okay?
Not really. No.
No.
Are you okay?
It happens.
They had never realized anything under the banner, and it's likely they were on an in-house support team for other studios to utilize. It seems like they worked on Multiverses in particular. So what does this all mean? Well, WB Games continues on with a shorter roster of studios, though there are some heavy hitters in there, including Batman Studio Rocksteady, Lego Team TT Games, Hogwarts Studio Avalanche Software, Mortal Kombat Team NetherRealm, and some others. And their focus will be very limited, as noted earlier. Indeed, other than the heavily licensed Multiverses, WB Games hasn't even published a non-DC Harry Potter, Lego, or Mortal Kombat game since 2021, when it published Turtle Rock's Back for Blood. So perhaps this new direction isn't a huge surprise. I got through it. All right. Big news here. This is making the rounds. Before we have a bunch of inquiries from the audience that we'll get through, but I'm curious what your first blush impressions are of this. Chris.
Man, this sucks. This is really depressing for a number of reasons. Not just because it just showcases how continuously unstable the industry continues to be, but because a lot of these properties have been so deeply mismanaged that I can't help but look at this and feel like it's so avoidable. I don't know. I look at the way WB has acted in the game space, and like specifically the thing that I always think about is the patent that they have over specifically Shadow of War and Shadow of Mordor's Nemesis system, and how they were like really bullish about it. Like, this is our patent, nobody else can use it. We also won't use it. And now we're shutting down the studio that is the only studio that has used it, meaning we're just going to sit on this patent that will no doubt that will go unused for the rest of time. Completely needless. Just completely against the health of the industry, I think. Just completely pointless. There was also, Shadow of War was, I remember, a big disappointment at launch. I think it's since been cleaned up quite a bit, but I remember Shadow of War at launch being like a complete mess, because that came out during the whole, if I'm not mistaken, the loot crate or loot box kind of.
I'm looking it up.
Of multiplayer of video games where I think you could like buy different orcs or something. I don't remember exactly. I didn't engage with it super deeply.
Yeah, Wikipedia says many critics noted the game's ambitious scope and its significant expansion of the Nemesis system, but criticized the game's story and bloated size. The introduction of microtransactions and loot boxes and war chests were widely criticized by critics.
Yeah, and I remember that, and I can't help but feel like that's not, I don't know, man. That doesn't feel like a developer decision. That sounds like a publisher. These all sound like management decisions made at the higher up level that just end up completely tarnishing the legacy of a studio, and then that studio is left to dwindle and toil away on a project that, like, I don't know anything about Monolith internally. I don't know who put them on a Wonder Woman game. I don't know if they pitched it, but I don't understand why Monolith would be making a Wonder Woman game. I don't understand what the market is for a Wonder Woman game. I don't even understand what that game would be. I don't care. I don't understand who would care about that. So that whole thing is baffling. Like, truthfully, outside of Hogwarts Legacy, which arguably is just an okay game in a world that people are really, really fanatical about. I don't feel like WB has been a particularly great publisher or steward for video games in pretty much their entire existence post like 2010, like into the 2010s and beyond. So like I don't. It's just frustrating to see. I thought Condemned was awesome. Condemned scared the shit out of me when I was a kid. I remember that very, very vividly. I really loved Shadow of Mordor. And I remember Fear being just like a very special game. And so
Fear was awesome. I loved Fear.
Yeah, it just sucks to see a team like that go away. I don't know much about. There's another studio here that like I don't know much about, but
yeah, the Player First is just Multiverses, and then there's the support studio in San Diego that doesn't really do anything.
But even that, dude, like buying that team and then immediately closing them, like I think
weird.
Because wasn't there like a weird thing about that beta too? Like, wasn't there something about Multiverses?
Yeah, what happened, I believe, and Dustin, you can check me on this. Maybe you might remember, is the game was in beta in 2022 and 2023, and then they took it offline instead of like leaving it up.
They fucked up,
and then they relaunched it. Right. They fucked it up.
That's such a bad idea. Like because they already had people were talking about it. You know, it wasn't the biggest game in the world, but people were talking about it. It kind of caught a wave, and then to just go away for however long they went away and then come back, like you kind of, I don't know, man. Like that's really not how that's not how things work anymore. You can't really go away after you've got attention. People are very open now with the influx of early access and just like people's acclamation to the live service model. People are pretty used to games just getting better over time. And I think they probably should have did that. They probably should have just kept that wave going and wrote it out and improved while the game was going. Like that to me is a bad idea. And so it's just a studio and a publishing arm that's just like plagued by like really terrible management decisions that once again have resulted in many, many people losing their jobs. And that sucks. It's infuriating.
Yeah, it is an interesting situation. Dustin, let's go over to you. I want to put this on the record, though. This was from Reddit, Games, Leaks, and Rumors Reddit. Jason Schreier was recently on Kind of Funny Gamescast. Jason Schreier, of course, is the writer for Bloomberg that released a lot of this information before WB confirmed it. And he was talking on that show about Monolith and a few of the other things. So I'm not going to go through all these bullet points, but they have bullet points of the things that were relevant that he was saying. So about Monolith. Here's what it says. It says, quote, following Shadow of War's release in 2017, Monolith was not interested in making another Lord of the Rings game and began developing an original IP codenamed Legacy. After Legacy was canceled by WB in 2021, Monolith's entire leadership team and many other devs quit. Most of these devs went on to form Cliffhanger Games with EA and are currently developing a Black Panther game. Monolith then began working on Wonder Woman around May and June of 2021. The game would be revealed at the Game Awards 6 months later. Monolith was forced to work on Wonder Woman while simultaneously rebuilding their staff and leadership team. During development, a debate emerged about whether to use Monolith's in-house engine for Wonder Woman or switch to Unreal Engine. They eventually decided to stick with the in-house engine, but often ran into problems as many of the programmers and engineers who knew how to properly utilize the engine had already quit. Around late 2023 and early 2024, Wonder Woman was completely rebooted. The game changed directors, the Nemesis system was removed, and the game was changed to be a more traditional action-adventure game similar to God of War. So that's kind of the information we have about behind the scenes stuff. So there was an abandoned game. So this wasn't Wonder Woman the entire time, but I agree with Chris's, contention. It's like, listen, I'm not a comic book guy. Everyone knows that, but I feel like Wonder Woman is so fucking lame. Like I can't even believe how big that character is. No offense. Like it's not the female thing. There are dope female superheroes all over the place. Like I think Wonder Woman is so corny. Like I can't even believe it. That like, it's one of those things where I don't get it. Like I don't get it, but I can understand, like, intellectually, it's like, the Avengers, all right. Or like Guardians of the Galaxy or something. But I'm like, Wonder Woman?
I think it's like a Xena kind of warrior princess thing. Like that's kind of the idea. But even that I feel like has a ceiling, you know, like I don't know. Wonder Woman is not, because isn't she just strong?
She has like a whip, I think, or something, right?
Yeah, but she's also just strong, I'm pretty sure. Like I don't think she like has like a particularly like insane power set. Like I don't think she to be fair, I'm not an expert on this.
She's God, I'm me neither, but I feel like she's old or something, right? Like that's the big thing, is she's been around for a really long time or something in different eras, or she fights characters from different eras. I don't know. I don't give a shit.
Yeah, I don't know.
Dustin, what are your thoughts here?
Well, a few different things. I mean, first of all, as far as the idea of doing a Wonder Woman game, you think back the Wonder Woman reboot movie in 2017, a lot of people liked 93% on Rotten Tomatoes. And I think at the time was a surprising for DC fans that were used to be getting not so good DC movies. Wonder Woman was exciting and a breath of fresh air. That momentum, from my perspective, just as an outsider looking in, was killed by the follow-up movie Wonder Woman 1984 that people really disliked. So you can see that maybe the perspective is like, okay, we could do something with Wonder Woman. Wonder Woman is on track to be big with this new film. And then you have all this shakeup with the studio. It's having a really hard time getting it off the ground. Then the Wonder Woman IP kind of crashes and burns. They're still working on it, but it's continually difficult. And at some point, you're like, why are we even doing this? Like, what are we doing this for? Because unlike the other superhero games that are riding the Marvel craze, this one isn't really riding off of anything. And we're having a hell of a time trying to make it. So it's one of those things where I think they kind of place their bets on what IP to make a game out of was risky. And it was already risky. And then with all the things you said that Jason Schreier said about what was going on behind the scenes, it just made it that much more difficult. So it's unfortunate. As far as WB as a whole, they just sound like the last few years for them have been so chaotic. There was that whole thing about them potentially trying to sell the company, which is weird just because it's WB Games. Like, how would that work with licensing and stuff? Trying to sell, then not trying to sell, then having the second, was it the selling of the number one best-selling game of the year with Hogwarts Legacy? So an extreme high.
And Lego Star Wars. Yeah,
and Lego Star Wars. So extreme highs, extreme lows for this company. And as far as multiverses, I'm kind of the mind that multiverses was never going to succeed to the capacity they wanted. You think about where you have a game that is very clearly like, we're going to do Smash Brothers, but with our characters. It's like, okay, well, if you're going to offer an alternative in the market for this kind of game, what do you have to offer? Your characters? Arguably kind of interesting, but I don't think people are seal clapping for Arya Stark at the reveal. I just don't, it doesn't have the same level of impact. Okay, do you offer gameplay that it has to be at least as good as Smash Brothers, maybe better? I don't know. Maybe some people thought that, maybe didn't. Based on the way the market reacted, I don't think so. The only thing I think they really had going for them is that they were available on platforms that weren't Nintendo. And that simply wasn't enough. So I'm probably missing details there. Again, this is just my perspective outside looking in.
On that, I agree with you. And on Smash, we've talked about this in the past, is that like, it's not that Smash Brothers is impervious to making weird decisions. I think it's truly weird that Snake was in Smash Brothers. I think it's truly weird I think it was even weirder that Cloud was in Snake Brothers or Smash Brothers. Like, okay, Snake's in there. Me and 4 other people played Twin Snakes on GameCube. Okay, we can connect it to that. It's like, why is Cloud here? Right. But so they have like weird decision. They make, it's not all perfect, but but the base of it is fucking powerful because it's Nintendo and it's all of their characters. I just look at that list. There's some interesting stuff. Like I remember I was talking about Tom and Jerry and how cool they were in that game, because like they were trying to fight each other the entire time. And then it's like there's really, and they were accidentally hitting their enemies. It's like really cool ideas, but it's like it doesn't there's not that gravitas. And so something like that just simply can't work. It's why we were discussing weeks ago and why I asked Shuhei in our interview on Sacred Plus, where I was like, what could work? Like, what could Sony do a game like this again? Like, does Sony even have the requisite roster to really build something like that? And the answer is probably, certainly a lot more than WB. So yeah, it was never going to work.
There is also the video game aspect of it. Like, I feel like the fact that they are characters from video games that's primarily the draw. Like, anything else kind of feels like, I don't know, Tom and Jerry versus Arya Stark feels unfocused, even if it is kind of neat and there are cool ideas that you could bring, and they are iconic characters. So, Batman, that's great. I think what certainly doesn't help is being taken offline. And that's certainly
they thought they were going to be cute and they were going to sell it and do it.
They thought that they could go away and like, no, we'll make it better and then we'll come back swinging. And I just don't think. I think there are some games that can do that for sure, but a new IP that's already kind of not putting its best foot forward is not really the one to try that with. I just don't think there's a move. I think that's what really killed it, to be honest. Because I think there would have been potentially interest, because people were data mining the shit out of that game, which is I don't know. I don't know if that's necessarily a sign of success, but it's definitely a big, like, there are games coming out. There are games out right now that nobody's data mining because nobody gives a fuck about them.
Yeah, it's complimentary to do that to it.
Yeah, exactly. So that to me is, they really fucked up by just going away. I really feel like they could have just like, this is a live service, whatever, we're going to evolve. And they tried to, perhaps in some, perhaps not even in a nefarious way, just like in maybe maybe it was potentially a decision viewed positively, but through like an older lens. Like, that would have maybe worked a long time ago, because you would have been like, oh, we didn't put our best foot forward. You know what? We're going to go away and we're going to come back swinging. And at a certain point in this industry, that would have maybe been looked upon pretty favorably. But now it's just, it's not the right time to do that. And not the right IP to do that with. You really missed your window. And you had it. You could have grew it. But you certainly weren't. You can't just leave and then come back. That's not
bad decisions. Bad decisions. Dustin, I interrupted you. Did you want to get more thoughts out?
If I did, I don't remember it now, so we're good.
Yeah, sorry about that.
Okay.
So yeah, the one I want to make a few observations before we get into the nitty gritty is like, this is categorical risk aversion. It's what I've been saying. We were bringing up Lego Star Wars and like the success of that, but the reality is that WB probably had to pay low 9 figures in licensing fees on that because that game sold so well. And they look at that and they're like, fuck, that's a lot of money to not make, which is why the rumor is that the next one is Lego Harry Potter, which they have the licensing rights to already in multimedia. It's supposed to have a license, Star Wars. It's why it was so interesting when they did Lego Marvel games, even because they have the Lego, Warner Brothers owns DC, as far as I understand. So, they didn't have to do that. So I think in other words, I think their risk aversion is like, no more licensing. Like, we're done. And again, this was the multiverses was so useful, I think, to them because they didn't really have to license. Or if they do, like Harry Potter is a license and all of that. But I think they just have broad multimedia licenses for these things and then can use them as they want. So, which is why that makes sense. So when I see this, it's like we're doubling down on everything we own, but nothing else. And that's dangerous. You want to have someone doing something new. All right, sorry, we had an interruption there. Chris had a technical snafu. Not his fault, of course. Happens. So don't worry about it. But I was in the middle of saying something. I don't remember what it was. But it was about licensing, and just that I think that a major move they're making is towards risk aversion and just making the most out of what they have. Now, I'm a little concerned about some of the things you're trying to make the most of, like, because of the Max connection and HBO making the most out of something like Game of Thrones. It's like, just leave. Can you just leave Game of Thrones alone already? It's the same thing I feel about Lord of the Rings. It's like, just stop, please. Yeah. But more Mortal Kombat makes a lot of sense. More Hogwarts Legacy absolutely makes sense. A Lego Harry Potter game makes sense. All of this is going to culminate around the HBO series. So all of that makes sense. Batman apparently is in development at Rocksteady. That was according to Jason Schreier, like very early pre-production on that. But they're going on that. So they're kind of getting back to brass tacks, which I respect. But I just think it's so dangerous to not have any part of the machinery investing in something new. And I'm not even saying like a new IP necessarily, although that would be pretty cool, but like something that's a little more off the beaten path. For all the different things WB owns, there's a lot of different ways to explore that. It doesn't have to be a DC comic book. It doesn't have to be fucking Harry Potter. It could be something in their, deep in their, in the annals of WB history. I just think it's like, I would love for them to just be a little more explorative, but I also understand that they're risk averse as hell because of especially what happened with Unalive the Justice League. It just seemed like and I know there's been a lot of focus on this with Zaslav and other people. It's like they're just leadership. Let me back up. There are companies that get blamed for having bad leadership where that's not really the problem. And then there are companies that really do have bad leadership. And this is one of them. There's just no doubt about that. And you could just tell by the way they invested in different things over time that they just don't really understand what they're doing. And that's particularly frustrating when you have Batman, when you have Harry Potter, when you have all of these different things. It's like, what don't you understand? What is there not to understand about what you have here? You should have just been making new Batman games every 5 years. The market can tolerate a new Batman game constantly. Rocksteady really could have and should have turned into just a purely, as they were for years, a Batman studio. They probably would have been perfectly happy to do that. Why wouldn't they? Arkham Knight was, what did Arkham Knight sell? Like 20 million copies?
Some insane thing, yeah.
So, and then it's like, nah, we know better. We want more. See, the thing that frustrates me about WB more than anything is that they actually had success. Like they could have just left Good Enough alone. And instead they were like, no, we, as a third party holder, we need to get deeper into games as a service. We are going to sacrifice at the altar our greatest studio at this. We're going to lose the leadership from that team. We're going to churn through directors. People are going to
crazy.
Leave. And I know Arkham Knight was not considered. I thought it was the weakest of those 3 games, but because it was too much. It's like it lost its focus, in my opinion. But it's like, guys, they when you think about Arkham Asylum, like that's, how we sometimes talk about the low key most influential games ever made. And like, if you were to list the 25, like Arkham Asylum would be on that list.
Easily.
Like, Arkham Asylum was massively influential. And you could see it in so many games. I remember when I was playing Mad Max, I was like, Jesus Christ, they made a Batman game, but it's just Mad Max. And they fucked it up, I guess is what I'm saying. Meanwhile, you can tell that they kind of offloaded Harry Potter to Avalanche, which no one really cared about. And then they made something great. And ironically, Avalanche is like the most secure team probably now within WB. Very strange. So from just a creative perspective, that really frustrates me because I think people are too keen to argue about bad leadership. Certainly the buck stops somewhere, but a lot of time it's bad execution, bad talent, bad mixtures of things. But this is clearly bad leadership because you have to fumble into these. Like you have to be like I love that there's like a meme of a guy like in one of those like old timey restaurants where people roller skate up to your car, but he like falls and like drops all the food and shit like that. It's like, that's what it's like, what are you doing? You had it made. Just do the thing you were doing. Like
what don't I always think about Christian Bale, like that tape that like, what don't you fucking understand?
It's true. It's like, and ironically, Batman himself, but I don't know. So that's the thing that really bums me out is just it's the purging is bad and all of the rest, but they were in such a situation where it's like this never had to happen like this. It's just too bad. You just fucked it up. All right, let's get into some inquiries from the audience. Sly Cooper 007. That's an interesting mixture. I know they're trying to reimagine what 007 is, right? At Amazon, maybe it's the Devious Raccoonus.
Yeah.
Hi, Sacred Boys. Do you think this year will be worse for game layoffs than last year? Also, any thoughts on the recent WB layoffs? I had this conversation recently. I think it was with Brad, but I could be wrong. Where I think the layoffs are going to be really bad this year still. But I don't know if it's going to be as bad as last year. Because I don't know if there's that much more to cut. before you get into like really meaningful teams and really meaningful bodies of workers at these publishers that are just vital. And then it's really going to become a problem. But I think the layoffs are going to be 10,000 heads or something this year. And that's really unfortunate, but it's what I was saying earlier. There's a problem, dude. Everyone's like the too many games. All right, we've beaten that into the ground. Let's really focus now on what we were saying earlier, which is time investment and how people are choosing to spend their time. And that alone is being a deficit in money spent. In other words, people might have money in their pocket, but why spend it? Go to the restaurant and buy dinner instead of buying this game when I can go home and play Fortnite. And if people want to continue to behave like that, then with their gaming habits, then I think that's perfectly okay. But it's going to have ramifications, and teams like this are going to continue to get cut. The layoffs are problematic, but I think these are necessary adjustments. In other words, I don't think people are really looking at the union of why this is happening. And people could say it's like, well, greedy businessmen, shareholders, dumb CEOs, whatever. And it's like, yeah, well, it's probably a combination of these things, but I think there's way more to it than that. Like, you can't expect corporate entities to do things just to do them, to employ people just to employ them, to have games spooled up just to have them spooled up. There has to be like some sort of intent. And they're looking at this market and they're like, we're fucked. It's what you were saying earlier, Chris, about like it's like, they looked at it and they're like, why are we making a Wonder Woman game? Why are we for who? To what end? So it's like, I think that these are reasonable. Frankly, I feel that way about the Black Panther game that the Cliffhanger is working on too, where I'm like, I don't know about that either.
Yeah, me too.
We'll see.
Yeah.
But so I don't want to say it's like it's just about Wonder Woman or it's just about DC. No, I think it's just like writ large. We talked about Dead Space Remake. It's like that game failed is horrifying to me. Where it's like, what do you people want if that's not good enough for you? That's like the frustrating kind of, that's the thing that kind of frustrates me, is that I think it's in other words, it's more complicated than simply blaming certain entities. It's like, if there's no market for something, then what's the point? But
yeah, that's true. But then there is also the degree of like, what even, like, do you trust an entity when it says, oh, this didn't meet expectations, in the sense that like this was a failure? Like, what does that even mean? Like when Final Fantasy VII, or like when a Final Fantasy game sells like millions, but then they're like, this wasn't what we wanted. I'm like, well, what did you want? You know what I mean? Like, what did Dead Space Remake want that made that unsuccessful? You know what I mean? Like, what is the calibration of like people's expectations? Because my hunch, and it could be complete, this is just the way that there's a gut feeling, is that like a lot of these games succeed, they just don't succeed enough, and that enough is pretty arbitrary. Like, it's just like, oh, I can't get a fucking Bugatti with this. What the hell? And I'm just like, I don't know, man. I feel like a lot of these games could be more successful if the expectations were just more reasonable, and they just didn't have like, Dead Space was supposed to sell 20 million copies. Like, what? No? Relax.
Right, exactly.
Relax a little bit. Or what was that other? There was like some other like smaller game that, man, I can't remember. Never mind. I'm not going to mention it because I'm not going to remember it, and it's going to frustrate me. But there are games where it's just like the expectations are just completely wrong.
What I always bring up Dead Space, I think, because it reminds me of Dead Space and Callisto Protocol coming out near each other. And Callisto Protocol was fine, but it was underbaked and all of the rest.
Too expensive.
And it's like, right, and very expensive, and it sold pretty well, but like it wasn't enough. And they look at it and they're like, yeah, this isn't working. And I can see why it didn't work and why people didn't really respond to it. And then you see something like that's very much like it, that kills what it was trying to do. And everyone's like, yeah, but that doesn't work either. And so it's like, well, what? So it's as if it shouldn't exist at all, I guess. Which is, yeah, it's a bummer. But I understand the profit motive behind these games. Like, I get it. I'm not stupid. It's just frustrating. And we're just seeing the fruits of that now. So I think the WB stuff is a warning a continued warning to everyone that this is far from over. And a lot of this stuff is going to hinge on what games do well and what games don't. You could imagine a reality. It's hard to imagine a reality really of this, but it's like, what if Borderlands 3 doesn't sell 10 million copies? Like, is that good enough?
Oh, Borderlands 4, you mean?
Borderlands. Pardon me. Borderlands 4. Is that good enough? You know, I just don't know. And so I think the pain continues. And by the way, man, the pie getting eaten up. I mean, Grand Theft Auto is going to fucking obliterate it. And it's going to be painful out there for a lot more people.
Grand Theft Auto really is that Expedition 33 like painter in the distance, where it's just like I'm here, I'm coming. Everybody's just like, it is interesting.
It's crazy.
Yeah,
it is what it is. So there's that, and then Big Dumb Stupid Idiot wrote in kind of the countervailing opinion. He said, "Hey CDC, let's be the devil's advocate. Long term, these layoffs will be good for the games industry. There are too many games, too many horrible writers, and too many dog shit managers. The industry is bloated from the COVID bump and has to right size. Have a great day." This is also true. This is what I'm saying about like the balance of all things and two sides of the coin, yin and yang. There are a lot of people that shouldn't be working on games, making games, especially people writing them, and like a lot of trash, definitely. But so fewer seats in the musical chairs is kind of good in the sense that the cream will rise.
Sure.
But it's painful on a personal level, of course.
Right. Yeah. I mean, the argument ultimately at the end of all this is just like, you shouldn't have. It was so obvious to anybody, even who's remotely educated, that like that bump was not going to last forever. So like, it's disappointing to me that people in that industry with purchasing power decided that it's actually going to be fine, and then they essentially like relocated tens of thousands of people potentially to different places, set them up, and then immediately axed them, when they just could have avoided that altogether by just not chasing this thing that was so clearly ephemeral and just being smart about it. That's what's frustrating about it to me, because I'm not a business person at all. And even to me, it was just like, why are you doing that? That makes no sense.
It's why, I'm a business person, but perhaps not a very smart one, in the sense that I just don't want profit as the be all end all. I got to make money. And sure, but it's like to what end? Like,
right.
What is enough? Is it enough to pay everyone well and put money in the bank and like be able to live to see another day and have something to fall back on and be really responsible and deliberate? Why not structure a business like that instead of going for broke and really putting a lot of people at risk? I understand it's like big risk, big reward, you know, high ceiling, all of that kind of stuff. I get it. But as a business person myself, it's like, I would rather just do things more slowly and more deliberately and just do well. How much is enough? This is the thing that like I get frustrated about. It's like, what is enough? There are so many people with nothing. And these companies are like, we want billions instead of hundreds of millions, or, you know, we want hundreds of millions instead of millions or tens of millions. It's like, I don't know, man. I feel like that's pretty good to just do well. And it doesn't seem like that's the new, maybe it's always been this way in capitalism. And then maybe what's one of the detriments to it, but it always just seems like a really dangerous game that people play with other people's lives. And I know people volunteer for that system. It's not serfdom. I get that. Everyone knows what they're getting involved in, but the expendability of people's lives is troubling to me. And I don't like it. I don't know what to say. I just don't like it.
Yeah.
All right. The Holy Hand Grenade of Antioch wrote in and said, "Hey, CDC. The Holy Hand Grenade, with WB writing the next chapter of How to Fuck Up Your Business for Dummies by closing Monolith, do you think they will end up repurposing the Nemesis system in any of their games moving forward? Or do you think it's time for them to finally do the smart thing and make the free money by licensing out the tech to more competent devs? If they do pursue the licensing option, what series would you love to see the Nemesis system applied to? Love everything you guys do. I'll hang up and listen." I got to be honest with you. Like, I'm surprised by how much people talk about the Nemesis system, to the point where I was like wondering, like, do I even understand what this thing is? And I looked it up and I'm like, no, I do understand what it is. Here's what Gemini says. The Nemesis system is a gameplay mechanic primarily found in the Middle-earth Shadow of Mordor and Shadow of War games, where each enemy encountered has a unique personality, remembers player actions, and dynamically reacts to them, creating a sense of personal rivalry and allowing enemies to rise or fall in power based on how the player interacts with them, essentially generating a personalized nemesis for the player throughout the game. So that's how I kind of understood it.
Yeah.
And I'm like, why is this not replicable? Like, I don't understand, like, what, as is often reminded to me by Hogue, like, you can't trademark the outcome. You, like, the outcome of having, like, a dynamic nemesis for your player is not trademarkable. It's not patentable. Mm-hmm. So, like, I there's something about this that I don't understand, where I feel like this is a marketing term that has been bastardized and taken advantage of and propagated. Like, it's exactly what they wanted. You know, like, but it doesn't make any sense to me. Like, what is that? What is differentiated about that than like other ways to approach the problem? Like, why is that so special? Maybe I'm just showing my ass in a total level of ignorance, but I've never understood like what people are talking about when they talk about the Nemesis system as being like this very special thing. That's just,
well,
it's weird.
Yeah.
It seems like it's marketing.
Well, I don't know. I remember specifically having interactions in that game that I was like, I've never seen anything quite like this. And I was curious as to why I hadn't seen anything quite like that. And I'm sure that there are maybe like roundabout ways to get to the same place without violating any kind of legal documents. But I think the situation is like, do we want to even open that question up? Like, is that even a debate that we want to even enter, where we have to argue like, oh, this isn't that? You know, it's people being careful, maybe.
Yeah. Yeah.
Because it's like, why would, and what game, that's the thing that frustrates me about this whole thing too, but like their ownership of that system is that like, it's such a specific system that only works in such a specific, like you need an idea almost based around it to even do much of anything with it. Like it's a very bespoke kind of, you can't have a Nemesis system in like, I don't know, like a Forza Horizon, or you know what I mean, or like a racing game, or at least not to my understanding. It feels like a very specific type of system. So to patent it at all is just so strange. I don't really understand. That's like what was that? Was it Bandai Namco that owned the idea of like mini games and loading screens or whatever?
Yeah, it was something like that. Yeah,
and that's why like only like I remember specifically like playing Dragon Ball Z Budokai, and there was always like some mini game in the loading screen, like where you had to like press a bunch of buttons or like rotate the sticks and it would do something on the screen. I'd be like, this is fun. This is a cool way to pass this time. Why is it only here? And then you look it up, it's like, oh, they own this. But it's like, how can you possibly own that concept? That's so strange. Obviously now it doesn't matter because loading screens don't exist. But it is kind of annoying that like such a specific thing, like it's both specific and also mundane. At the same time, it's like, why wouldn't you be able to do that?
Imagine saying that 10 years ago and someone being like, wait, what? Loading times are not a thing anymore? It's like, yeah, no, not at all.
Yeah, not really. Yeah.
Not in new games. On PS5 anyway. But yeah, it's in other words, like I get the patent idea of being like, this is the process.
Sure.
I can understand patenting that. But I'm just confused, like what it is about the Nemesis system that's like, oh, this is fucking irreplicable alchemy. It's like, what? It doesn't seem that complex. Dustin, am I off base here?
There definitely is some elements that are pretty unique in that you have like, you go to the menu, you can view the Nemesis, like all of them. And so there's like a hierarchy that has like almost kind of like a family tree where it's like this guy's on top. Then there's these guys below him, and then there's these guys here. Maybe you kill this guy, and this guy gets upgraded to a higher rank. Maybe you'll see one of them out and about, and he'll be like, "Hey, you killed my brother, Nilbog," you know? And so he's got like this grudge against you, and that powers him up. So that was pretty unique. The thing about patenting game mechanics, it's tough. It reminds me of there's all those lawsuits, like the Marvin Gaye estate was suing people for chord structures. Yeah, I think it was that guitar player guy. What's his name?
Oh, Rick Beato.
Oh no, was Joe
Neither
Satriano?
One of those guys. The guy that sang "Shape of You."
Oh, you're talking about a musician. I thought you were saying like a guy that talks about music. What's the song?
Ed
Shape
Sheeran.
of You. Ed Sheeran. Yeah.
Ed Sheeran.
Ed Sheeran. Yeah, in court, because he was one of the ones being sued that was like, you cannot copyright chord progressions. And then he like played 4 chords and then sang 30 songs in a row. He's like, you can't do it. I think he famously said, like, if I lose this, I'm quitting music forever because there's just no path for me to do this. Obviously, as far as copywriting game mechanics, it's like, I could see it working for Nemesis system with the very specific intricacies, but at the same time, it's like someone can do something similar. And the whole idea of like copywriting game mechanics is like, you can't copyright Mario jumping, or at least you shouldn't. Like, I guess we're kind of getting into a whole different conversation about like,
but I think you can copyright like, well, we got to be clear. It's like there's trademarks and patents, like all these different things.
That's
it's like,
right.
I think a trademark would be, or could be like a visual trademark could be Mario jumping on the flag,
Mm.
you know,
Sure.
but not necessarily jumping. Just like, this is the look. I mean, people should read about the Microsoft Apple lawsuit in the 80s. I mean, this is the over Windows. It's fascinating. This is where the term look and feel comes from. Is from that lawsuit. And basically the argument was like, was Macintosh a complete, literally inverted copy of Windows? And they're like, whether it is or it isn't, it's like, you can't trademark the outcome like the shell. All the intricacies behind the scenes are different. You know,
right. It is just a very unique. I remember. I have a very distinct memory of going after this guy and fighting him, and I was like way under level for it, and I fought a dude for like 30 straight minutes. I remember because Cakes he was in the living room watching me. It's like, you're getting dogged on by this guy, and I like whittled him down to like the last bit, and then he knocked me down, and then some other dude in the hierarchy saved me. Because of our interaction, like I spared him at some point. I was like, and he took his place and finished him off for me. Like right when, and I was like, this is an amazing interaction. Like I really cannot believe.
Yeah, that sounds cool.
This is
Maybe
happening.
I'm just not understanding it fully because I don't want to play Lord of the Rings games.
I don't fully understand like the intricacies of like the patent or like what is and is not considered like, you know, this is rigid and we own this, and what is just a generalized concept that like you could maybe weasel your way around to reaching the same conclusion. I really don't know, but all I remember is I have never had an experience like that in anything I've ever played since or before, and that has to count for something.
It's an orc and he remembers me.
He remembers our
My
relationship.
name.
The orc knew my name and he remembered that I killed his friend.
I remember you. They're always that type of British. Or,
But now they're orc
Australian, right?
But now there are orc babies, right?
Yeah.
Or orc families.
Right. Mm.
Fucking
Wah.
stupid. Dumb. Literally dumb as fuck. I'm not usually one of these people that like I love Lord of the Rings, the books and the Jackson movies, which is why I'm so annoyed that they're doing. That's like, why are you doing it again? Why are you doing all of this shit? Leave it alone. And when I saw what was that in Rings of Power, where what I saw like that, I was like, that is fucking stupid. Like that is straight up stupid. And Tolkien is spinning in his grave because it's definitely not what he had intended. But it's his son Timmy Tolkien doing all this sort of thing. You know,
It's me, Timothy Tolkien.
Timothy Tolkien. All right, guys, it's time for me to go. I gotta go. I gotta go to the doctor. All
right.
So this is I'm bidding you adieu, and I wish you guys well. Use the document for the rest of the show if you'd like, or do whatever you want. I mean, I can't stop you.
Yeah.
Cool.
All right.
Appreciate you guys.
All right. Colin is gone. He's going off to I don't know, some doctor thing. I don't know. I don't care. His well-being is very secondary at this point. He's gone, and he'll never be back. And so we're gonna go ahead and go for CJ Hines, his write, and he says, "Hey CDC, in the past month or so, there have been 3 Lord of the Rings thumbnails for Sacred Symbols that have left me wondering why no one has managed to create any worthwhile AAA game set in Middle of Earth. Middle of Earth. It's such a missed opportunity not to capitalize on such a beloved franchise. What kind of games would you want or think would be cool from the property? Is the Lord of Ring Gollum really the best we can muster?"
Yeah.
Right.
I like the attention to detail. It said Lord of Ring.
Yeah, he made sure. I'll never forget that. That was so bewildering to me. Because it's at the top. It's at the top of their apology letter too, like the proper way to spell it. It's so funny.
Yeah, you can't. If you're gonna apologize like that, I mean, you gotta run spell. Well, I guess that would have cleared spell check. Maybe not grammar check, but
yeah, rough times.
But he points out, I have had 3 Lord of the Rings thumbnails this year. 2 of them were just because that's the idea that I thought of that was the most funny. But then when Colin names an episode The Return of the King, it's got to be Lord of the Rings themed. So who knows? Maybe more coming. But as far as a AAA game set in Middle of Earth, I mean, we did have 2 of them last generation with the Middle Earth games. But maybe speaking more modern.
Yeah. I don't know, man. I do think Lord of the Rings is kind of one of those things where it's best to leave it alone. Like, I don't know if there's really much left to explore, because eventually you're going to end up with a situation where, like, okay, there's a new Lord of the Rings game. Who's going to be in it? And you're going to want people that you recognize, and then it's going to feel a little bit like I can't remember which Star Wars movie had R2-D2 and C-3PO in it that didn't really need to I think it was Rogue One, where where they were just, there was the shot of them, like their backs or whatever.
Yeah, they're just standing there at some base. It's like, come on, man.
Yeah, and to be fair, that's kind of how I felt about one of the Middle Earth games. I can't remember. I think it was the first one, maybe the second one. I don't know. Gollum shows up, and I'm like, oh. Well, I mean, I don't know if I need you here, especially because I hate you. I hate Gollum so deeply, which makes that Lord of the Ring Gollum game even more baffling, truthfully. But I don't know. I guess there is a rich setting there that you could do something with. I don't know if I'm necessarily hungry for Lord of the Rings games. I don't know. I don't know if that's just me though.
Yeah, I think in my nerdy self at this point would want like a new modern Lord of the Rings like RTS game, commanding armies and stuff like that. I think the problem when you have a game like Middle Earth, like you were saying, Chris, is just that you gotta balance this fine line between creating your own story and also respecting the lore. And it's just a lose-lose situation, I think, where the lore heads are going to be annoyed when you maybe take it too far or maybe not do enough. I remember I think it's Shadow of War, there was like a controversy because they made Shelob the spider like she was a sexy woman.
Oh, really?
I don't know if she transformed. I don't remember, and I don't know if there's any lore ramification. Like, I haven't read all the Lord of the Rings book. I don't remember anything about Shelob being hot, but to each their own. So I'm not really hungry for any Lord of the Rings games personally. Like I said, an RTS game would be cool, but it's like Colin was saying before he left to get something done at the doctor, where I think it's just better to let it rest. And the other thing too is that if Lord of the Rings comes back in games, I would like to see them be uncoupled from the Peter Jackson trilogy and kind of present it in your own art style and your own look. So to be fair, that's what Lord of Ring Gollum did. So yes, we want that, but not like that.
Almost like Bakshi type, not necessarily like based off of Bakshi's work, but like it's a very unique, specific interpretation of material that we already have. Yeah, that'd be cool. I would like to even see, and to be fair, I've been beating the drum about this for a long time. There's a lot of really great licensed games from like the early Xbox and PS2 era that I really would like to see again. Not just with Lord of the Rings, but Spider-Man. I remember Return of the King specifically.
Oh yeah,
being a really good video game for no reason at all. Like I remember playing that and loving it before I had any idea what Lord of the Rings even was. Although Gandalf was hitting people with a staff, which was a little Yoda doing kickflips energy, but whatever. It was cool.
So here's a good answer. I don't want a new Lord of the Rings game. I want what you're saying, Chris. Do a Two Towers Return of the King remake pack, kind of like Tony Hawk, of those two games, the PS2, GameCube, Xbox games in a pack. Those are like awesome 3D beat 'em up games.
Yeah.
Remake those.
That'd be great. I would be happy with even just a port of those, just to get those playable on modern hardware. And I have a soft spot for Lord of the Rings Conquest. I know that's a busted, broken trash heap of a game to a lot of people, but something like that would be cool. If you're going to do Lord of the Rings in a modern era, like that would be kind of a neat idea, because I remember that being a lot of fun. Specifically, the Rogue was a lot of fun to play as in that game. But yeah, I don't know. There's a couple of other write-ins here, but they are more like business oriented, and I think we both kind of feel like without Colin, you'd be basically shouting those questions into a void.
Yeah.
With us answering them. So apologies to anybody who wrote in who did not get their questions read. We're just going to move forward. So Number 2, it's time to get into what games are coming to PlayStation Plus Essential for the month of March. And one of the inclusions is a bit of a surprise. For the uninitiated, all PS Plus subscribers are in at least the lowest tier or Essential, meaning you get typically a trio of games to add to your library free of charge as part of your subscription service. Naturally, those at the extra and premium tiers get this perk too. The biggest game of the bunch this time around is Dragon Age: The Veilguard for PlayStation 5, the BioWare-developed EA-published Western-style RPG that launched about 4 months ago at the end of October. The game didn't do well critically and bombed commercially, and thus we find it on PS Plus now, as EA seeks to recover at least some of the money it lost developing it. Also included are 2 PS4 games that will naturally work on your PS5 too. The first is Sonic Colors Ultimate from Sega, the 2021 re-release of the Wii-exclusive Sonic game from 2010. Also available will be the Konami-published Digital Eclipse-developed TMNT The Cowabunga Collection, launched back in 2022. The collection includes 13 TMNT games from the NES, Game Boy, SNES, and Genesis eras, and some are redundant ports. So, for instance, Tournament Fighters counts 3 times, as there's an NES, Genesis, and SNES version. I specifically made sure to say SNES because I know Colin doesn't like that. You'll be able to begin downloading these games as part of your subscription beginning on March 4th, and you'll have until March 31st to stake your claim. Remember that you should claim the games you're interested in and add them to your download list, even if you don't intend on playing them right now, as you can do so later. So I guess we'll start off. Well, actually, before we get into the only write-in that we have about this, how do we feel about this this month?
Yeah. I'll build up to it. So, Cowabunga Collection, excellent. I haven't played this game at all, but I grew up playing Hyperstone Heist on Genesis. So, I will absolutely download it, play a little bit of that for nostalgia. And so that's a good fit. Sonic Colors. Honestly, nothing. Before I saw this announced, if you would have said, "Hey, Dustin, what do you think of Sonic Colors?" Nothing would have come to my mind.
Right.
I know nothing about this game. Don't care to play it, but I'm sure there are many people that are excited about it. So, of course, the main event, Dragon Age: The Veilguard. This was a shocker.
Yeah.
I was trying to remember if we've seen something like this where a PS Plus game has come out, like going from $70 retail at release to 4 months later free for the subscription holders. That's like pretty crazy. I feel like it has happened. Maybe I'm thinking of Suicide Squad, which was
maybe
about it wasn't 4 months.
No,
but it was within a year. So yeah, it's a huge blunder. We talked about this game a few different times. It's clear this game did not meet the expectations that EA was hoping for it. BioWare, complete tailspin company right now between Anthem and this. And what's sad about this, Chris, for me, is that even free is too expensive for me because it would cost me my time. That's how little interest I have in this game and playing it. So what do you think? Is free 99 too expensive for you with Dragon Age, or will you be checking it out?
Free 99. Man, I don't know. When I saw it here, I was like, maybe, but then I thought immediately like a sobering effect where I'm like, no, of course not. Right. There's so much else to play that is either coming out soon or that I just haven't gotten around to, that it's just like, no, I have the 2 other people that I do the Song Tank with are big Dragon Age fans, and they can't stand it. And I've heard about it endlessly for months at this point. And so the desire to play this is quite low. it's
Right.
it's quite low. So I don't think I'll be checking it out, but it's free. So for the curious, if you want to check it out, it'll be there for you. I think it's it's an okay month. I think that just Dragon Age being there is substantial.
Right.
Because I'm racking my brain trying to remember like any time that something even remotely similar to this has happened, and I feel like Suicide Squad was the last time I remember this happening, and that was pretty wild, and that was significantly longer than I believe 4 months. So feels like we're in uncharted territory. And Soulful Bison wrote in about like what we feel about Dragon Age being in there, and we kind of went over it. So
two quick things about Dragon Age also. Number one, with me saying it's too expensive for even my time, I'm not saying Dragon Age The Veilguard is like the worst game ever. It's not Lord of Ring Gollum, right?
No.
It's better than that. I'm saying for my particular interests and things like that. So just to be clear, I know there's people that liked it and enjoyed it. More power to you. I'm happy for you. I'm not happy that your $70 purchase has decreased in value that quickly, but these things happen. The other thing that I'm curious, Chris, with the guys on Snark Take and other things, the interesting about Veilguard is that I think we talked about this a few weeks ago where people were like, it failed because woke, which I think that it was certainly part of its failure, but not entirely its failure. I've seen clips from this game that I can't even believe. We obviously joked about like when they're sitting at the dinner table and it's like, so I'm non-binary.
Yeah, it's insane.
Right? But what I found interesting in learning more about this game is that it's not even I mean, for some people that's going to be the problem, full stop. And it's like, okay, whatever. But from what I can tell, it's that character is so poorly written and so unlikable as a character in general that it's like, oh, that's just that's just the tip of it, the way it's handled. But how that character is written is just awful.
Yeah, it almost feels like a psyop character written by people who hate non-binary people. That's what it feels like when I see that character. It's, I don't know, that game. I have long just kind of felt like Dragon Age. I don't know. I don't see Dragon Age as like this big franchise, really. Like, I don't know what the ceiling really was for even a good Dragon Age, because I just don't think it has legs like Mass Effect does, or like other kind of similarly discussed big franchises do. Like, I think it's an important series for people who are like hardcore into the space, but I don't know if it necessarily, like, I haven't met a normal like person who only like dabbles in video games who even knows anything about it, but still plays games. So I was always kind of skeptical of like the ceiling of the success of that game anyway, especially so many years after it was at all relevant by a studio whose excitement is incredibly diminished from where they once were. Not only after Anthem, but after Mass Effect Andromeda, where they couldn't even handle their big flagship correctly moving forward. So I just feel like that game had a lot going against it. The terrible writing is definitely part of it. I think the safe game design is a part of it. I think the art style is part of it. I think just Dragon Age just not being that attractive of an IP. Like, I don't know, maybe we might be in a bubble, and granted the industry is just full of these bubbles, but I don't think there was a successful path for Dragon Age really at all. Or at least successful in the sense that the success that they specifically were looking for out of it. I think it could have sold really well and could have done really well relative, but I just think their expectations were kind of crazy. Like, a lot was riding on this, and I don't think it was the right game to stake all that on.
There's something about some of these recent RPGs, and to be fair, I haven't played either Dragon Age or Avowed, but maybe not so much the case with Avowed, but thinking of Dragon Age, where in like the later PS3 360 generation, maybe not even later, but we saw like kind of the watering down of big RPG games. Like, you think of Mass Effect 1 compared to 2 and 3.
Right.
And how there was kind of the shift in the industry where it's like, well, we can make our RPG games are too fucking nerdy and niche, but we can kind of take these and make them more approachable for everybody. And I think at that time that was probably the right decision. But what's interesting now with the current market of games, you have games like Baldur's Gate 3, Elden Ring, and other like super hardcore games that are ruthlessly, I don't want to say not approachable, but ruthlessly hardcore in what they're trying to do. And that hasn't hurt their market viability. So when you see a game like Dragon Age, where it's like even more, at least from my understanding, like for Dragon Age fans, like more watering down of this, it kind of feels old in that approach where at this point you can still make a big budget AAA game and you don't necessarily need to water down the most hardcore parts of it for it to be a commercial success.
Yeah, I mean, it's a little bit, it kind of reminds me of like how people eventually evolved with like the Marvel stuff, where like initially like you had to find some way to make it, you know, you couldn't have the exact costume from the comics because it looked too silly and, you know, or like this character design was too out there. And eventually people realized that like, oh, people are, if they're coming to this movie, they're kind of on board for that kind of stuff. And then you started to get like, okay, there's Wolverine in the yellow jumpsuit because people are into it. And, you know, it's kind of a similar thing where it's like, okay, yeah, you can commit to like the hardcore nature of these games and people will go to them. You don't necessarily have to streamline them. I think the issue isn't even necessarily the streamlining, because I do think that is a problem, but like there's nothing to replace the depth, I guess. And Avowed is kind of in this place too, where, you know, it's not nearly as like horribly written as the Veilguard. Right. It's just kind of bland and not all that interesting. Whereas Mass Effect 2 was a streamlining of RPG mechanics for sure, and it made it like more fun for an action player. But there was also like a really great story there, like attached to it, and really great consequence and impact on the world around you. Like you couldn't go around and kill every NPC like a you know, like the RPGs that people are expecting now from everybody, but like there was still there was something there to offset the lack of something else. Whereas like now I feel like you're getting that streamline and you're getting that bigger approachability, like with Avowed and its combat being like very, very good, but there's nothing deeper there to sink your teeth into to justify the sacrifices elsewhere. Like, oh, you can't pickpocket in Avowed, and oh, you can't, there's a bunch of stuff that you could do even in the Outer Worlds that you can't do in Avowed. And it's just kind of like, I don't know what I'm getting in return for that, because the story isn't even really picking up the slack. So I don't know. Right. It's a weird time. I think people really got to learn to just double down on the things that make their things unique and stop worrying too much about approachability, because I do think it's somewhat paradoxically, I think the less accessible a game is, the more mystique there is around it, and the more people are likely to maybe jump into it and give it a try. That was a lot of people with Elden Ring. Elden Ring is a surprising, like, I know many, many women in my life who have not played many video games, who have played significant hours of Elden Ring. And it's just like, what the fuck? You're playing Elden Ring? You only play Animal Crossing and you're playing Elden Ring. And you're like deep into it. Like you're at the Fire Giant. That's insane. Like that's crazy. And so massive respect to them and other games too, like Larian with Baldur's Gate, for just really just committing to what people want and just nailing it. Because it's not easy to do.
Absolutely.
All right, let's move on to number 3 here. This is the last story before we get into the questions. The day last week's episode of Sacred Symbols published, American data tracking firm Circana released its sales figures for the United States gaming market, this time covering the month of January 2025. So though the data is a little late, what is this? So though the data is a little late now, let's get into it. So this is written in Colin's voice. So like I have to it's Colonese. So let's get into it and add it onto the record. Not surprisingly, January's best-selling game in the United States, the biggest core gaming market in the world, was Call of Duty Black Ops 6, followed by Madden NFL 25 in second. Jumping far up the list and sitting at third, however, is Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, almost entirely driven by its PC release. Other notable games for the month include Spider-Man 2 at 6, Helldivers 2 at 11, Astrobot at 12, and It Takes Two popping back up at 20 on the back of the reveal of Split Fiction. That's great. Man, I love that game. I'm so glad that what a good game. On PlayStation platforms specifically, the following were the top 10 best-selling games across PS5 and PS4 for January in order. Call of Duty Black Ops 6, Madden NFL 25, EA Sports Football Club 2025, or 25, College Football 25, Astrobot, Minecraft, Spider-Man 2, Dragon Ball Sparking Zero, still holding on there, that's awesome, Helldivers 2, and Hogwarts Legacy. PS5's most played games for the month were Fortnite, Call of Duty HQ, GTA 5, Marvel Rivals, and Roblox. Hardware is struggling across the board in year-over-year comparisons, with PS5 down 38% compared to last year, though its competitors' falls were even worse. PlayStation Portal remains the United States' best-selling accessory, with the Midnight Black DualSense controller, the best-selling controller for the month. Not much really to get into here, I think, but good to get these down on the record. Anything stand out to you?
I guess the one thing is just that Final Fantasy VII Rebirth jumping back up, of course, as Colin doing this write-up, the PC release. And I wonder, there's been this weird thing between Square and Sony about whatever kind of deal they made for Final Fantasy games, where Final Fantasy 16 launch exclusive on PS5, and both Remake and Rebirth being launch exclusive on PS5. And clearly there's a huge market for these games on PC. And I'm wondering if Square's sitting there like, man, we still make a lot of money on these PC ports later, but we really would like to do this at the same time in the future. So I wonder if this deal, like how long it's going to extend, how they're going to handle it. But clearly still there's some weirdness there with that.
Yeah.
Let's see, anything else in here? I'm really curious about Monster Hunter, where that's going to land, because it comes out tomorrow, the last day of February. So we'll see how it charts with one day on the market. I'm sure it will.
I think so too. Yeah, that's going to be a big game. Like I know people who have taken off of work.
Dude, my best friend.
Yeah.
Brandon is off work tomorrow. We're playing. So
yeah, common
thing.
Yeah. So that's going to be a charter, no doubt. And that's probably going to be like one of the. I mean, this is going to be an interesting year with like Monster Hunter and GTA. Like, it's going to be a bloodbath of a year. Good Lord. Yeah. I'm really interested to see how that shakes up. But yeah, I don't see anything particularly that sticks out to me. It's cool to see It Takes Two back up. It seems to indicate a level of awareness on the consumer that I don't know if I would have expected necessarily, because it's not like Spider-Man 2. It's not like a sequel to like a direct sequel. This kind of indicates that people are genuinely interested in that studio and are going back and being like, oh shit, that game's coming out. I should check out It Takes Two. That's really awesome to see. And obviously Dragon Ball Sparking Zero, just a juggernaut.
Holding on.
So good.
Yeah. Anime games, the right ones, dude. Especially Dragon Ball Z will just continue to sell. It's not like One Piece Odyssey.
Oh yeah.
Which was fine. But nowhere near the staying power of a Dragon Ball Z fighting game.
Yeah, I'm glad that my hunger for a Budokai game was not just insular and seems to be represented largely in the consumer base that we're just hungry for this. I haven't played it in a while, and I have like that. I think I got like the special edition too, so like I think I have all this DLC that's come out since then, but all these new characters from like Daima and I think Superhero, the movie. I think they put like Beast Gohan and Orange Piccolo in there. I should try. I'll get around to checking it out again, but dope. All right.
Yeah.
Let's move on to what does he say? 6 comments, concerns, questions, and ideas from the audience. I think that's what he says.
Questions, comments, concerns, thoughts, and ideas. If we want to get the ordering.
Yeah.
Exact.
Whatever. We got six ending write-ins for you guys, as we always do. Let's start off with the ghost of Mark Cerny. He wrote in, he says, hey, CDC. Kojima's presentation of Death Stranding 2 at South by Southwest is quickly approaching. I don't know if I'm going to watch the new footage, but I'm hoping to get a release date and maybe a look at the inevitable collector's edition. Would the Sacred Panel care to place some guesses of release date and the big ticket item in the collector's edition? For context, the first game came with the funky fetus.
Yeah, the pod.
The little pod. I'm going to be optimistic and say May 23rd and a 1-to-1 scale replica of Dollman. That's a great guess. if there was any character that seems like tailor made for a collector's edition thing, it's literally the stop motion puppet.
Yeah,
but May 23rd seems kind of quick for me. But I don't know. Maybe I could. It seems within the realm of possibility. I don't know. What do you think about this?
Yeah, May feels a little early. I would expect sometime this summer. Get it out before GTA. Gives them enough time to do a lot of marketing blitz as far as interviews and new trailers and different info to come out. So, I think mostly from May 23rd might be a little short for the way they want to probably market this game. As far as a special edition, I really do like the little weird guy. The doll is his name. Of course, his name's Doll Man.
Yeah,
I'd assume that's his actual name is just Doll Man. Maybe not, but that might be it. Funny thing about the baby in the pod is that I think Kojima said that like he took it somewhere, and airport security was like, "What the fuck? Like, what the actual fuck is this?" And he had to like explain it to him and stuff like that. So that's pretty funny. But
that's awesome.
This is probably, I mean, it's not really lame. It's kind of a lame idea, but just assumingly Higgs or whatever, the guy with the guitar, like a really nice figure statue of him with the guitar would be pretty sick.
It should just be a guitar.
Oh, just guitar.
I would love that. Just the full actual guitar. A full working guitar with nice internals.
Yep.
Maybe a distortion pedal in there for good measure. I'm guessing my guess would be June, or like, because there's really nothing going on in June and it's like kind of open. And it just seems like May is pretty close. June is pretty close as well. But I also feel like, I don't know, that gives them like at least a little bit more time to kind of get maybe late June, something like that. It'd be cool. I'm so excited for this, man. Like, this is easily at the forefront of my mind, the game that I'm most interested in that I know is coming up. And so I'm pretty pumped about Death Stranding 2.
You know, good.
Oh, I was just gonna say I'm not gonna be watching any of this footage, though.
Oh yeah, it oddly feels like the first Death Stranding, where it felt like it was getting so close, and we didn't know about the game itself. Where this time's a little different in that we have the context of what the first game is, but the second game, they're like in the one trailer, they're on some kind of ship, like boat or submarine or something. I'm trying to remember exactly.
Yeah.
So certainly it's going to be evolved in some way that involves sailing. It's called On the Beach. What that looks like, what kind of evolution to the gameplay, we really don't know anything. So there's part of me that I do want to watch to know a little bit more, but I also don't. So I think it's going to be like the day of, I'm going to go by feel at the moment, whether or not I watch it.
Right. That's fair. All right. Nathan wrote in. He says, "Hi, CDC. I was wondering if you think we will get the remaster of the God of War games revealed for the 20th anniversary in March, or is it just a rumor? And could it also be a remake and not a remaster of those games? Thank you, guys. I doubt it's a remake. Personally, like, I don't think that's going to be. I think the issue with the remake now is that you have to really dedicate a lot of time to what people expect out of a remake now is a lot different than what they used to expect. I think labeling something as a remake now kind of conjures up images of Final Fantasy VII remake or Dead Space remake or Resident Evil 4 remake. These things that are like really fundamentally, from the ground up changes and complete from the ground up stem to stern glow ups, as opposed to, just a glorified like remaster, which I think people would be more than happy with, quite frankly. And in fact, I feel like a lot of people have been unhappy with some of the more budget remakes based on like what they choose to leave in and what they choose to take out. So I mean, it would be cool to just see these games just playable on PlayStation in some way, like maybe even for that month's PS Plus surprise, maybe. But like, I don't. If I were a betting man, I would bet that this is not happening. I don't know about you. I don't know how you feel about it.
Yeah, I remember seeing this go around, this rumor last week. I'm looking at an article from The Gamer who is reporting on what Jeff Grubb said, who said, let's see, insider Jeff Grubbs is, or Jeff Grubb, not Grubbs, is suggesting that a remaster of the first God of War game will be announced during the anniversary, introducing the series' origins to a new audience. So from Jeff Grubb, it's a remaster, not a remake. That makes a lot more sense to me. In some ways now, they have this PS2 emulator that they released the Sly games on, and they could just do something like that. But I think they're looking at this and there is some money potential where this is something that people would really buy. And they probably could get a team to go and clean up these games, put them in 4K, perfect frame rate, things like that. I wonder if it would just be God of War 1 and 2, because their God of War 3 had a remaster treatment that was available on PS4. So maybe it's just those two. PSP games would be crazy, but I would set expectations as low as possible as far as I'm thinking this is just going to be remaster 1 and 2 and nothing else, and nothing too crazy either, which I think is fine. Honestly, I think I said a few weeks ago, I've never actually played these games all the way through 1 and 2. I've played them like at a friend's house or something like that. So
yeah,
I personally am not like really wanting a remake of these games. So a really good remaster would be perfectly fine. And I would definitely check those out.
Yeah, so would I. I think, a remaster of the first two, I think, is maybe possible. And I think it's definitely probably going to happen. I just, whether or not we'll see it in March in any capacity, like, I don't know. That would be great. I would love to be wrong, but I don't know. All right, let's see. Non-binary robot wrote in. Says, hey, Sacred Crew. Detroit Become Human has now sold 11 million copies. Did Sony drop the ball by letting go of Quantic Dream? Was David Cage really that difficult to work with for Sony to leave all that money on the table? The new Star Wars game could have been massive. Would have been a massive exclusive for them. I really hope we get the full story of their relationship someday. The whole situation fascinates me. Yeah, man. I mean, it's a somewhat of a sleeper hit. Over time. I mean, it was well received at the time, but like it's clearly had staying power in a way that not a lot of games do. So it's fascinating. The thing to me is just like, was David Cage so difficult to work with that it was worth them putting that on the table? Probably. Which is saying a lot. Like, I feel like they're not dumb. You know what I mean? Like, I feel like they know what they're getting into. And I feel like they're like, you know what? That's good for you. We're happy to work in a distant capacity. We don't know if we necessarily want to take ownership of everything that's going on here. I think they're probably smart for that. Because I don't know if necessarily like 11 million copies is good, but you have to keep in mind, like, when did Detroit Become Human come out? Was that 18?
That sounds right. Let me look real quick. Detroit Become Human came out in 2018. Yep.
Yeah. So it's 2025 now. 11 million copies over the course of that amount of time. You have to imagine that a lot of these are not at full price. You have to imagine that a lot of these are from, sales and whatnot. For context, I believe Elden Ring sold 11 million copies in what? Like 3 seconds or some absurd short amount of time. So I don't think it's necessarily like this gargantuan loss that they don't have Quantic Dream. I think it would have made sense for them based on like the kind of stuff that they were making, but I don't think Sony views this as like a particularly like deep loss. Because again, not 11 million of these souls weren't at full price, or 11 million of these sales weren't at full price. What do you think?
Yeah, well, it's interesting. I'm looking. I forgot there was a PC port of this, which was published by Quantic Dream. So they must have worked something out with Sony for that. Overwhelmingly positive reviews on Steam, which I knew people like this game, but Steam is usually pretty harsh on games, but Steam loves Detroit Become Human. And yeah, when I played this game, I thought it was pretty good. In fact, pretty great. It's not like a major standout title for me, but I did enjoy it. The thing is, there's so many elements that we simply don't know about. I know David Cage, like he's like a controversial figure. I feel like when we're making assumptions, it's not fair to be like, oh, Sony didn't want to work with him specifically. Maybe it is, but there could have been a lot of other factors too, where maybe Quantic Dream like wasn't hitting deadlines. Maybe the games were more expensive than they felt like they should be. Maybe Quantic Dream wanted more agency over what they were doing. There's just a multitude of factors here. And the write-in from non-binary robot here says the new Star Wars game could have been a massive exclusive for them. That's true. The thing about this Star Wars game, though, is that it was revealed years ago at this point, and nothing else has come from it. So I'm wondering that it feels like this game is in some kind of development hell, maybe problems. It's hard to say, but Sony's not had a lot of good luck with Star Wars recently. Really the Knights of the Old Republic remake is supposed to be their big bag on this, but seemingly has vanished. Though I think sometime last year someone said, "Oh no, it's still happening." It's like, okay,
I don't know. It's crazy, man. Star Wars as a license has been like floundering with video games for like outside of like the Jedi series, which has been doing pretty good with Respawn. Like the Knights of the Old Republic remake being in the disastrous state that it is, or presumably, and this Quantic Dream game just kind of being in limbo for a while. Like we leaked, or Colin specifically leaked some of the plot details about this game like a while ago now. Whether or not that has changed or not remains to be seen, but it's been in the chamber for a while. I do have to say, like, I don't know if the idea of the Quantic Dream Star Wars game could have been a big exclusive for them. I don't know if I buy that. I don't know if people are hungering for like a narrative based Star Wars game in that way, to the degree that they would be like, oh, I gotta get a PS5 for that. Like I just don't foresee that being a thing, especially considering like what is it? It's going to be on PC, presumably Xbox and PlayStation. Obviously, Xbox is not in the same competitive position that they used to be. It's not going to be on Switch. Is it coming to PC? Probably, maybe. If that's the case, then I just don't see like a particularly compelling PS5 like pairing with this necessarily. I think people are more curious about Intergalactic and Wolverine. Wolverine, I'm particularly curious about. I don't know what the fuck's going on with that.
Yeah,
but that's another story.
For an update on Quantic Dream, because I recall seeing something about this just last week. Looking at Eurogamer reporting on it, that they gave an update, basically just saying, because there was all these cuts at NetEase, which is, I believe, their publisher. I'm trying to remember if publisher. This is where Colin shines. He remembers who owns everything. He's partnered with everybody. But they are unaffected by NetEase's dramatic cuts. And they are continuing to develop our project at full pace. So sounds like it's still cooking.
Yeah.
But
I mean, I believe it. I feel like these dev cycles are getting crazy, man.
Yeah, absolutely.
Anyway, let's move on with Roger Jimenez. He writes in, he says, "Good afternoon, gents. Wizards of the Coast has revealed a partnership with Avatar: The Last Airbender to make a set of cards for Magic the Gathering based on the IP. This will be the third IP this year they will make, with Final Fantasy and Spider-Man being the other two. Spider-Man? being the other two to be released this year. My question to you is, how do you all feel about everything becoming a metaverse? It seems like nothing can be self-contained or an individual or original IP. Everything is becoming Fortnite. And because it sells, there seems to be no way of stopping this. Should we just make the Oasis a reality and accept it? Thanks. Thank you guys for making my week. You guys are killing it. Keep it up." I've lamented this for ages. Like the fact that like the crossover is no longer a novel experience and no longer fun. It's just kind of expected. Dave the Diver and Godzilla, Spider-Man and Magic the Gathering. Spider-Man and Magic the Gathering makes no fucking sense to me at all. But I say that as somebody who knows very little about Magic the Gathering, to be fair. But even just based on my cursory understanding of it, even that seems to me like kind of a jump the shark kind of thing. Could be wrong, but that doesn't sit well with me at all. But
yeah, Magic the Gathering has been been a little crazy with this for a while. I think there was Fallout last year.
I saw that, yeah.
The write-in mentions Final Fantasy and some other things. And so I don't know anything about Magic the Gathering, but clearly they are becoming the the Fortnite of trading card games, that there's seems like a little bit of everything in there. And yeah, I'm glad you mentioned Dave the Diver, because that is the oddest crossover game that has had all these crossovers. Balatro has been doing crossovers, but in like a very minimal way that I find inoffensive, where they're partnering with different games and you can get like, you can turn on a skin for the cards where there's like, oh, there's a Shovel Knight card in the game at the king or something. And that's cute. I don't, that doesn't bother me, but it is true that it's like, man, everything, particularly in fighting games, which I guess fighting games are kind of the OG version of this, where there was characters jumping all over the place. I remember iconically like Link or Darth Vader in Soul Calibur games.
Yeah.
And that was fun. And it was cute, and it was definitely an incentive for people, but it wasn't, the crossover wasn't the primary attraction of the thing. But now it seems like when things are particularly, I wonder with Magic the Gathering, was this a case where it's like, man, Magic the Gathering is kind of not as exciting anymore. It's been around so long. What else do we do? And so it was kind of a Hail Mary. I'm curious about that. But a game like Dave the Diver, it's like, you don't need to do that. But at the end of the day, it's I don't know if it's you or the writing says, it's like, these things sell. We are the minority, Chris.
Yeah. And to be fair, like it's not like I don't see the appeal. Like I've definitely I've gotten got before. Like there's definitely certain crossovers where I was like, I definitely have to see this. I remember when I think it was such a weird one. They put like 2 of the Halo Reach characters in Gears 5 as like multiplayer characters. I think it was like Kat and Emil, the guy with the skull on his helmet. And I remember being like, oh, I would love to see like a Halo character like chainsaw somebody in half. Like I gotta see that. And so like I get it. I just think it makes everything feel. I almost. And maybe, to be fair, this might just be because we pay so much attention to the industry that this thinking is seeped in. But now when I see a crossover, I almost like see the contracts. You know what I mean? Like I see the meeting happening, and I see people in a boardroom deciding like, who would go great in this game, this guy. And then it happens, and it feels less. I don't know. It feels less creative to me, even though I'm sure there's a lot of creativity put into like making sure these things work, and making sure they fit. Although, like I don't know about Magic. I don't know how you can make Spider-Man fit in Magic the Gathering. I don't understand. I like it when things are a little bit more tasteful. Like I remember in Fable 2, the special edition had like Halo armor. But it was like styled in the style of Fable. So it was still cloth and like steel, and like it wasn't like he was walking around in like a high-tech suit or anything. Like I like it when that kind of thing is. It's like almost like a tasteful nod, as opposed to like, here's here's Dennis Rodman in God of War or some shit. Like I don't know. Yeah, some ungodly combination of things.
Yeah, I think you have said this in the past, but there was a time where a tasteful crossover or guest character was super exciting. I remember we were talking about Tony Hawk Pro Skater 3 earlier, when I don't know if it was a cheat code or an unlockable where you can get Darth Maul in that game. And I was like, whoa, Darth Maul skating around with his lightsaber. This is amazing. Now something like that, it's like, everything is in everything. And I guess to be clear, I still want tasteful, minimal crossover stuff. Like when the Tony Hawk remake comes out, we mentioned this, that it would be cool if they put Doom Guy because he was in the PC version. That's fun. It's cute. It's just when a brand or a product or whatever kind of transforms into this thing, like Magic the Gathering, that it's like, okay, it's all about crossovers that's when it's like, okay, the novelty is kind of worn off. There are things specifically like I would still love to see. Like we talked about that Doom Halo crossover thing. Like that's those are two pairings that just perfectly make sense together.
Yeah.
Whereas, Spider-Man and Magic the Gathering is like, what? Why?
Yeah. It's very silly. I don't know. I don't know anything about Magic the Gathering. Maybe there's a lot of Magic the Gathering players who listen to us who are actually like into it. Like I really have no gauge on the pulse of that community at all. So maybe we're talking out of our ass, but it seems strange looking from the outside. So enjoy your card games. Fucking nerds.
Yeah.
Derek wrote in. He says, "Howdy doody, boys. I have a map problem and I need help. I find myself opening the map screen all the time while gaming. It's literally every 15 seconds sometimes for Metroidvanias. Like, he says Prince of Persia, but like my brain wanted to say Fresh Prince for some reason.
Fresh Prince of Persia.
Fresh Prince of Persia is awesome. Prince of Persia: The Lost Crown and Blasphemous 2. And even for games like Final Fantasy VII Rebirth and Alan Wake, where I sometimes can't completely judge how close I am to an objective, even with a mini-map, I'm constantly relying on the map to progress forward. If I come to a fork in the road, I pop up the map to see which way is the dead end so I can search for them first, then continue. I feel there's some organic exploration that I miss out on. If a game doesn't have a good map, I'm sometimes completely turned off from playing it. Do any of you feel this way about map screens? Am I just directionally challenged? What other normal game features or systems do you rely on? Thanks and much love." I will say I kind of feel this sometimes. Not necessarily that I'm constantly opening the map, but there are some games that I notice where like I will open it pretty religiously. KCD2, for the brief period of time that I was playing it, I was checking that map constantly. And yeah. I think it's largely because the way, so KCD2 has a weird kind of map system where like you're represented not by like an arrow, but like a 3-dimensional kind of like, I don't even know. Yeah, it's like a little like a board game piece guy. And at a quick glance, I can't always necessarily tell which way I'm facing because I don't know exactly what I'm looking at. So often I will in KCD2 I've been a map freak for my entire playtime of it. But other games like Skyrim and other explorable games, I kind of don't. So I don't know. It does depend, but I'm curious about where you land on this.
Yeah, it really does depend on the game, and the environment can do a lot to communicate to the player where you are, things like that. I think that one of the best like middle grounds that I had was, the glazing, of course, Elden Ring, where I liked that there wasn't a mini map or a million icons or anything like that, but I would look at the map, realize somewhere where I wanted to go, and I could set a pin that then when I decide to have like a compass telling me where to go, I can do that in order to avoid the problem that Derek was saying about constantly needing to check the map. It's like, okay, check the map, this is where I need to go, set the pin, and then most of the time, unless there's like specific environmental things like a fork in the road or different elevations, something like that, I can easily get to where I want to go to without constantly needing to bring that up. But specifically, he mentions Metroidvanias, and those are the games where it's like, man, some of them I feel lost all the time.
Yeah.
Obviously, in these games, there's different environments and different context clues to help you remember where you are. But particularly at the beginning, when you don't know these maps very well, it can be a thing of constantly feeling like you're opening up the map. And that can be annoying, but I think it's just part of the rewarding process of those games is learning the map. And so it's kind of just something you have to deal with in a well-designed one where it's like every time you bring up the map, hopefully you remember a little more. So eventually you'll know this map like the back of your hand and you can easily get around.
Yeah, that's how I felt with Animal Well as well when I was playing that. I remember checking the map religiously for that. But yeah, I don't think it's a problem. I think it's some games it's a design issue. I think other games, I think it's just part of what the game's trying to do and just kind of a part of the overall learning process of the game. I don't find myself being too harped on by this specific thing, but it does happen occasionally. But nothing you should be embarrassed about. And our last write-in comes from, I think, What the fuck?
Dio-Imaro?
Dio-Imaro. Man, that's an interesting spelling. Writes in, he says, "Hello, gents. Was listening to Punching Up, and Micah used the term Eurojank. I know the term, and I've heard you guys use it. I have a question, though. What would you consider American jank? I feel like scenes where you are forced to walk slowly while story is happening, sad dad simulators, and overall obsession of playing a movie is part of it. American jank.
I feel like
you go ahead.
When you use the term jank, though, I'm thinking of bugs and like the game not working quite right, like someone T-posing, an NPC randomly T-posing or something like that. I'm trying to think like the origin of Eurojank. What game? Here's a Reddit that. What's the GOAT Eurojank game?
The
bunch
GOAT
of stuff
Eurojank.
I've never heard of. But yeah, Kingdom Come Deliverance definitely. I mean, I haven't played enough of it, but I've seen stuff online where it's like, it's just part of the territory of like when you build a game with this complex, this many simulations going on. It's like eventually it's gonna get messed up here and there.
Yeah, I mean, American. The only thing I can think of really is like Bethesda games. You know,
right?
Like or that kind of a game where it's like it's so big. And, you know, it is an American-made game, and the bugs are, like, there are bugs, but not bugs that you would see. Like, Eurojank is a very particular kind of bug, I find. Like, it's very specific. Whereas, like, Bethesda is, like, game systems almost working as intended, but, like, coming together in a way that result in something that doesn't... Like, putting a basket over somebody's head in Skyrim and that letting you steal. That's kind of American jank. I guess, if I were to give it any kind of classification at all. But the thing that comes to mind to me, honestly, is like, and this is a very me thing, but like first person cutscenes. Like anytime you're playing a first person game and the camera control is wrestled away from you, I hate it. And it feels disgusting to me every time. And that to me, like, it feels janky because it feels like you're just ripping the camera away. Like, I much prefer like the old way that, and it happens in like Halo and Call of Duty as well. Although Call of Duty like has done first person cutscenes for a while, where if a cutscene is happening, we're gonna cut to something else. Like it's gonna be third person. Like you're not. There's no mistake that you can make to assume that you're playing the game right now. And when the game's playable again, you'll know because the perspective will be the playable perspective, as opposed to this like. Oh, I got to press a button. And so like the camera's going to smoothly sway over to the button and then my hand's going to go up and press it. And you're going to be able to see all the animation in it. It's like, look how hard I worked. I'm like, I don't really care how hard you work, quite frankly.
Yeah.
But it's very subjective.
That reminds me of, I mean, not an American game, but when originally with Cyberpunk, the cutscenes were in third person when they originally were showing that game. And somewhere along its very long development, it changed to the first person. And to me, while Cyberpunk's still an awesome game, is a big downgrade, especially when you spend that much time with a pretty good character creator, really neat fashion options for your V. And it's like, oh, the only time you really see V is getting in and out of a vehicle, or if you're on a motorcycle. Just kind of an odd choice. I wonder if that was something that they like had to do at some point or what, but trying to think like other, slowly walking while story is happening. I can't stand that. When a game forces you to walk slowly. It's not exclusively an American problem. There's the part at the beginning of Rebirth when this is so early. It's not a spoiler. When things are burning down, and Cloud's like, he like hurts his leg. He hurts his leg and he has to like slowly limp across this burning town. It's like, come on, I get it.
It's truly horrible. Yeah, it's. I remember the first time I registered that in a video game, and it was like the original Gears. It was the original Gears of War when because there would be moments where he would put his hand up to his ear and you couldn't shoot anything, and you would be locked into this really slow walk. And I remember being like, oh my god, I hope it doesnn't get any worse than this. Spoiler alert, it did. Yeah. Suddenly you got like the shimmy. The shimmy in between locations. That was something too. But I feel like at this point we're just getting into like nitpicks of games
Yeah.
that are otherwise good. So I don't know. I think Eurojank is very particular. I think you know it when you see it, and it's unique, and that's what makes it special. I don't think there is an equivalent, really. And I think the more that we try to come up with it, the more clear it is that there really is there's no competing with Eurojank. It is in a league of its own. And I think that's where we'll leave it, I guess. That is the last write-in, right? Yeah, I didn't. All right. I wanted to make sure I didn't.
Yeah,
there
that's
wasn't
it.
another page. All right. That'll be it for us today on another episode of Sacred Symbols without Colin. I think this might be the first time that we're ending the show without him.
Time. Well,
yeah.
What about the time there was the time he had the hiccups that we had to take over?
Oh yeah, that's right. But was he still here though?
I don't think so.
I don't remember that. That's so weird. He left the show for hiccups. I don't remember. Well, regardless, this has been interesting.
Yeah.
Hope you guys enjoyed it. Hope it wasn't too jarring for you guys to switch hosts mid show, but it's fun. It's fun taking on this role every now and again. We're gonna end it. I don't know what my day has, and I'm gonna go get my hair cut after this.
Nice.
Immediately. I need to do something. It's getting ridiculous. But
yeah, haircuts, they're annoying. I don't enjoy them. The guys that cut my hair are great, but it's just like it's not an awkward experience. I'm the one who feels awkward during it. And
yeah.
Not, it's unexplainable why that is to me. But yeah, it's 5:15. So I'm going to be going to my junior high at 6 to check it out one last time. Because why not? Something to do.
Yeah.
Then after that, Holly she likes to experiment with different foods. She's making butter chicken tonight, but she's lactose intolerant. So she found a recipe that is butterless chicken. And she already made it once and it was fantastic. So
yeah.
Sorry for the Indian people if that's offensive for the butterless chicken. She still uses coconut milk. So I'm excited about that. And I say this every week. Severance tonight.
That's right.
Here's the thing. There are people that get screeners early, and usually a few days beforehand, they'll start whispering things, and they'll be like, "Oh, this is going to be the one." They did this before episode 3, which I won't say what it is. Episode 3 or 4, the big one. If you know the season,
it was 4.
They're doing it again about tonight. They're saying this is the crazy one, so I'm ready.
Yeah, I'm excited. I'm really into it. I think it pops up at 6. I think over here. Mm-hmm. So it's a perfect time. I'm gonna make myself some dinner and watch joyously. It's a great show. I really highly recommend it. If you can. But yeah, looks like that'll be it. That's it for today's episode of Sacred Symbols. Thanks for joining us. It's good to be here with you, Dustin. And we'll see you next time. I think patreon.com/laststandmedia, all that stuff. I don't know I wasn't left the script for the entire end of the rigmarole, but I assume you guys know. At this point.
They know.
Yeah, you know where to find us. Till then, goodbye.
See ya.
Take care, guys.
Sacred Symbols, a PlayStation podcast, is a product and trademark of Last Stand Media and Colin's Last Stand LLC, and is proudly recorded in the USA. The show is conceived by, is written by, and is directed by me, Colin Moriarty. My co-hosts are Chris Raygun Maldonado and Dustin Furman. The show is produced by executive producer Dustin Furman. All of Last Stand's theme music is by my best friend, Ramon Narvaez. As you know, all of Last Stand shows, including Sacred Symbols, are fan-funded on Patreon at patreon.com/laststandmedia. The following names are at the producer level on Patreon, our highest tier, and we're grateful for your thoughtful and kind contributions to our independent endeavor. Thank you.